Yo, what's good? What's good? What's good, man? What's poppin', peoples, man? Your boy CamJNetwork. We back. Sorry but not sorry. Boxing Talk Roundtable Show, episode 9, featuring my dog, man, Tay Jones, man. What's good, brother, man? How you feeling, bro?
Man, I'm good, man. What's going on with you? How you doing?
Thanks, man. I'm feeling great, man. I'm feeling great, man. Definitely appreciate you, you know what I'm saying? Give me some of your time today, man. I already know you busy and everything. So, yeah, definitely, man. We got a lot to cover today. We're gonna talk about, start just building with you first. You know what I mean? Building with you, then we're gonna build from there, recap the fights from last night a little bit and just go from there. You feel me? So definitely a great day to talk boxing on a Sunday afternoon. And it's definitely gonna be lit today, man. So
For sure.
definitely just to get started, man. So for everybody that don't know, saying my man, my brother Tay Jones, you know what I'm saying, he a professional boxer and he's a boxing personality as well, you know what I'm saying? He has his own channel, like he be working, he be cooking up as well, you know what I mean? So my brother just getting started, man. Just started off with with just talking about, your career, you know what I'm saying? You started off, you 7-2,
Yeah.
in your professional career. Your last fight was last year in 2024, which you got the dub for sure. You know what I
Right.
mean? And just to, show some people, what you're working with. We got to show these show these highlights, man, real quick.
Don't grab his head. Don't grab his head. Go home. Go home. Watch out. Go home. Go home. Watch out. Watch out.
Yeah.
Seconds of the first round, we have a TKO. Your winner by technical knockout, Tay the Golden Warrior.
Yeah, man. Hey, man, that knockout was crazy right there, bro. I was like, he cooked that man badly. Knocked his mouthpiece out and everything, man. It was
Yeah.
nasty work, man. So just building, man. Just give us a little bit of insight, for us, how you started off in boxing and go from there.
Man, honestly, to tell you the truth, man, I actually started off in martial arts first.
Okay, okay, that's what's up.
My stepdad, but that's that's what I call my dad. You know what I mean? My dad, he was a third degree black belt martial artist. And he started me off in doing, you know what I'm saying? Well, he did karate and did a little bit of what's that, taekwondo. And but my
Yeah.
style was different. My style was bamboo dojo and goju. And so I started off in that. And I didn't like the kicking part of it, you know what I'm saying? And from there we started, just started training boxing. But the crazy part about that is Evander Holyfield At the time, he was champion. Of course, we are from Atlanta, but his oldest son played on my team, and his at the time, his youngest son at the time, because he only had two at the time when we first met him. But well, he had three. He had his daughter Ashley, then of course Evander, then he had Ewan. Ewan, he was actually the quarterback of my dad's team. He played with my brother. And,
Facts.
and then at the same time, we would go to this house and just chill and parlay or whatever like that. And so I was always familiar with boxing, you know what I mean? And then like I want to say maybe like after he talked to my dad about it, started training not around him, but just training with boxing and going to different gyms. But we did that all the way up until I was like 13. And then of course 13, going to the eighth grade, going to ninth grade and stuff like that. But I was always big playing football. My whole family,
Right.
my family played football, you know what I mean? And it just became a lifestyle. Football became a lifestyle, even though I still did every other sport, but it was just hard to, it was a lot to put on my parents at that time to be, all my mom's siblings over here at practice, and then I'm trying to go to the boxing gym after this practice, and then after that practice, my youngest brother might got a practice, or my sister might have a practice. So it was just hard. So it came to a point where I stopped, and then like uh, playing college football was another thing. So it was like I couldn't get back into it until everything started spiraling down the drain in college football. And then I went back to boxing. You know what I'm saying? But it was something that saved my life, and it's just something that I don't play with. That's why on social media, I don't never post highlights. I never post when I'm training. I'm never post when I'm working out or anything of that nature because it saved my life. For a long time, people would say little things about me like I'm arrogant or stuck up because when I walk in a boxing gym, I wouldn't speak to nobody. You know what I mean? It's not that I don't want to speak to nobody. It was more so me coming to get my work in and doing what I got to do. Because I'm not sure if you ever went to a boxing gym or others in the chat that's been to a boxing gym, but some
Right.
people like to come around, hit the bag, talking between hitting the rounds and things of that nature. Me personally, I really, really hate that. Like it's cool to say a little sentence or two, you know what I mean? But you got some people who will talk your ears off, and then the subject gets started. The next thing you know, everybody who was working talking about that subject. You know what I mean? So
Right. Right.
I was looked at looked at like that, like he think he stuck up, but that wasn't the case, man. Boxing really, really, truly did save my life, and because of it, I've been all around the world.
Facts. 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 So did you have any amateur fights coming up?
What I had amateur fight, I had two or three amateur fights before I was 13. And then when I got back into boxing, after playing college football, I had five amateur fights. That's all I had. So everything you see from that point is athleticism and being in the ring with my little brother that I call, you know what I'm saying, Brian Oman Jr. You know what I'm
Facts.
saying? That's where everything from if we being honest. So that's why I don't get mad when people pick at me and say, "Oh, you haven't fought nobody," or you got stopped by Ndongo and things of that nature. I don't get mad at that because actually the Ndongo fight is like one of my biggest, not gonna say biggest fight, but one of my biggest achievements because again, everybody in boxing want to be a champion, or everybody in boxing should want to face a former champion. But I got a chance to say that within just five fights. But then if you look
Facts.
at,
Facts.
people might, look down on my resume or whatever the case may be. That's fine. But you're talking to a guy who only had five amateur fights. So in my eyes, everybody's supposed to beat me because everybody I fought have more experience than me.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? No matter if they do have a 1-35 record, but if that person had more amateur fights than me. So he's supposed to beat me. You know what I mean? He got more fights than me. He's supposed to beat me. You know what I mean? So I honestly I just laugh at people, you know what I'm saying, who say the most about that because at the end of the day, I mean, hey, these guys have way more experience than me.
Yeah, salute home real quick. Salute to my brother Crush the Legend, man. Happy birthday to you, brother. I hopped on B3 panel earlier, but then you hopped off and I was trying to tell you happy birthday. But we on the show. Let me tell my brother Crush the Legend, happy birthday, brother. Much
For sure.
blessings
Happy
to you,
birthday.
man. More life, man. More life, brother. For
Yes, indeed.
sure.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, man. So yeah, man. So I was looking, I'm like, you like the two guys you lost to, Adongo and Donnie Marshall. Both of those guys was solid competition. So like, me as a fan, I'm looking back at it. I'm like, he lost a tough competition, so I'm not mad at that. Dongo, he went on to fight, Bud Crawford and fought Ricky Burns. Like he done fought some guys after, fighting you. So like, he fought a guy that was a champion. So like, some of these other fans they get down on fighters because they lose, certain fights and stuff. Like I'm not one of those fans. Like I'm gonna salute a fighter that get in there and fight, the best and go in there and give it they all. You know what I mean? For
Man,
sure.
what's
Like
the funny part about that, man? I honestly wasn't even supposed to fight down in Marshall. They was gonna cancel that fight. They told me, I
really?
actually, yeah, they was gonna cancel that fight. Shout out to Coach Lopez. May he rest in peace. That's Nigel Lopez's father. He was my trainer. Um, but with that being said, we was actually gonna cancel that fight, man, and we drove all the way to North Carolina for the fight. They told we actually had stopped training because we wasn't getting no fights. We stopped training for maybe like a week and a half, and then they called me and said we got to fight. And then he was just like, well, we got to come in at 150, which wasn't a problem. And when we got there, Donnie Marshall at that time was like 158, 159. And
Damn.
so they, of course, within like 4 pounds, because it was supposed to be like a 47 plus plus 3 or plus 2 or something like that. And shit, when I stepped on the scale, I was actually like 149 or something like that. And then I guess he didn't know who I was. So when he stepped on the scale, it was like 158, 159. So I told Coach
Wow.
Lopez, I was like, yo, Buddy big, Buddy ain't no 150. He was like, how you know? I was like, shit, I just, we everybody over there checking their weight. So shit, we drunk a big old, we weighed in at like this restaurant. So I drank a big old glass of water, like 3 of them. And stepped on the scale. I think I weighed like 155 or something like that, if I remember correctly, because it's been a minute. But we weren't even gonna have that fight. But I don't think they have any footage of that fight. But if you look at the news articles and things of that nature, how the news article wrote it, you can definitely tell it was a closer fight than what the scorecards indicated, things of that nature as well. Like that was a real good fight for sure. And
Facts.
with the Ndongo fight, man, hell, I was fresh off a vacation with my wife, and it was crazy because when I got the call, shit, the first thing I said was like, "You for real?" I was like, "Hell yeah!" I ain't say like no. Let me see. Let me call somebody. I said, "Hell yeah!"
Yeah,
And
facts.
I was just like, "Hell yeah!" So you know what I'm saying? I did it, man, and that was that's like I said before. Shit, I actually hurt him in the first round, and he caught me with a good shot in the second. What's crazy about it is, it didn't hurt. It was more so of a shock because I thought he was gonna throw a straight right hand, and I was getting ready to counter it, and he caught me with a shot, but didn't fall or anything, man. But I wish the referee never called it off because I was good, but he called it off.
Man. Yeah, bro. I'm just looking at it. And then, you just been putting in work. Like, the last fight last year you won. So like, ever since then Dago lost, you done won. Ever
Yeah,
since then.
but the thing of like, I wish it would. I wish it could have stayed consistent though.
Yeah,
I had a
yeah.
bad accident in 2022 before my first daughter was born. Real bad accident. I still got 3 herniated discs in my neck right now. I had 6 stitches to with my right eye, and then I had 16 stitches in my head. I had a broken clavicle and a torn ACL with that first accident. So that's when you seen I came back pretty much like a year and a half later and fought in Mexico. Crazy part
Yeah.
about that is when we got back from Mexico, we fought on Saturday, came back from Mexico on Sunday. On Monday morning, somebody hit me and my wife in the back Monday morning. So that was 2 accidents with
Mm.
2 year span. So I had no choice but to sit down. But I started back sparring in November with Brian Norman Sr. when he was getting ready for Greg Hackett.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Getting back active, man, for sure, man.
Yep,
So
yep.
you already know everybody, what I'm saying, that a lot of people know you, what I'm saying, as far as you being a part of Bond Squad and being with, the man Deontay Wilder, man. So you can just kind of give everybody insight, with your relationship with Deontay Wilder.
Oh man, that's like my brother, man. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
I ain't gonna say that is my brother. You know what I mean?
facts.
Man, he's the godfather of my oldest daughter. Um, and shit, man, like he's always valued my opinion from the very first beginning. You know what I'm saying? When we first met, like I think it's been like 15 between 15 18 years ago. I forget exactly what year it was, but it was towards the end of my college football career. And shit, man, we spar. I will never forget because when I'm playing college football, I was heavy. I was like my
Right.
heaviest I ever been was like 205 playing college football. So I want to say I was around like between 195 to 200 when we met, and we sparred. They didn't tell me his accolades or anything. You know what I'm saying? And I'll never forget when he hit me with a jab. And you know how you close your eyes and you see all that blue stuff and red stuff moving around. I
Yeah.
said my eyes open from just a jab. Then that's when I knew. Then shit, if I'm gonna do this shit, I'm gonna have to go down and wait because that shit is unnormal.
Facts, facts, facts. Oh yeah, just by the way, when college, what college you went to and what position you played in college football?
I played cornerback, University of Tennessee, Chattanooga.
Okay, okay, that's what's up. Corner man, definitely. How was you on the field?
I was all right, man.
Because I noticed our people because we follow each other on Twitter, so I'll be seeing you talk football and shit. I'm a football fan that's big, of course. You know what I mean? So yeah, go ahead, pop your shit.
Yeah, so my oldest brother, man, he played in the league 15 years. And to be honest with you, man, they started like when I came to Chattanooga, man, it was one of those things where they always had the number one recruiting class, but they couldn't put everything together. So when I got there, I was one of like the unknowns, and I made an impact from the very first day. You know what I mean? And from just being a student of the game, knowing what people line up and things of that nature. But I played against App State when they was doing their thing. You know what I mean? When they beat
Yeah,
Michigan and stuff like that, Georgia Southern and stuff like that. So I was one of those guys who was always under height, but I was always bringing the blow. And then it came to a point where I started guarding some of the best receivers, and I ended up getting hurt. Spring, what was that? Spring '07. I ended up getting hurt. I had ruptured my Achilles tendon. The
damn.
crazy part about it, they had already been hearing that I had been doing more talking than normal. And a lot of that came from just my being around my brother, and again getting confident. After that freshman year, getting confident within myself. And once that happened, man, they kind of looked at me different because of who my brother was. I was getting drug tested every day. Um,
Yeah,
they were trying to catch me, pissing dirty. But the crazy part about it is, man, I don't like weed. I don't like the way it make me feel, so I don't smoke weed. You know what I mean?
right.
I've always been that way. You know what I mean? Always been. I don't like people be like, "Ben, you don't smoke?" Nah, hell no. I don't like the way it make me feel. To each his own. Though, to the people who do, I just don't like the way it make me
Fact.
feel. And they would try to get me. They were saying that he was giving me pills and a whole bunch of stuff. You know what I mean? And the shit just went downhill after that. But yeah, man. I played against some of the best. You know what I mean? Oklahoma, Memphis, Arkansas, Alabama. So yeah, for sure, man. I definitely was pretty decent, and I thought I was gonna have an opportunity to make some noise, but shit, it came to a halt, man. Once they found out who they was dealing with.
Yeah, facts, man, facts. So there's a little bit deep dive with your relationship with Wilder. Just kind of tell some people about how much as far as like him inspiring you, as far as in boxing and etc.
Man, the crazy part about it, man, from the day we sparred, and even though he didn't get much out of it from me, shit, because the motherfucker hit so hard, but it was
Right.
just one of those things where he saw the potential. He could, even after I got hit, I attempted to get back in, but it was one of those things where he was like, "Nah, bro," because that it wasn't safe. You know what I mean? But he saw me train, he saw me spar somebody else, and he was just like, "Bro, how many long you been working?" I'm like, "Shit, bro. Honestly, it's literally like my third month." He was like, "Damn, for real?" And they put you in here like, did nobody tell you? I was like, "Nah," but he saw we had a chance to work out together. Then our relationship just grew. Um, and then I think, matter of fact, Brian Norman Jr. his first fight in America was we fought on the same card, and actually Deontay came to it, and that's hard. It's hard to get him to come to your fight. You know what I mean? He came to the fight.
Right.
he was always supportive, even when I couldn't get fights. Because I had beat a guy that was 5-5-1. I forget his name. I forget his name, but even when I beat him, when people said, I couldn't beat him, and he was just always supportive, bro. I mean, telling me things to do for us losing weight and what to do when I lose weight and how to lose weight. What to eat, what to do. You know what I'm saying? Even when me and him got into it about being in the club and shit, he had a drink, and I'm thinking, I'm telling him like, bro, you don't need that. He was like, shit, you can't tell me what do you trying to get a where I'm at? Fuck you talking about? And we went back and forth. It was one of those things where people in the club like, what these niggas arguing about? You know what I mean? And
Right.
never backing down. You know what I'm saying? Never backing down. Always saying what's on my mind. He always respected everything I said. You know what I'm saying? He was like, damn, this little nigga just don't stop. Cause he like I'm one of those people, if you take it there, I'm gonna keep going. You know what I mean?
Right.
So and then just telling me, ask me what I work on in training, what I'm doing. And it's crazy because people would tell you that he don't have an IQ and things of that nature, but he could tell me everything he see that I don't see. You know what I mean? Tell me, if back then when he was watching other fighters, you know what I'm saying, just be like, damn, bro, you see how he did that? You should be able to do this, boo, 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 and he'll break it down and why not? You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to boxing, man, and just teach me about the business, you know what I'm saying, and everything, bro. Like he always been 1,000 when it came to boxing, but just more so life in general, though. You know what I mean? For sure.
Absolutely, bro. Yeah, man. With Deontay, he coming off his last fight, the win, knockout win, coming back and everything. So, he getting his name back in the mix, and back in the heavyweight division.
Right.
How you feel, Deontay, for us, the last fight, how he looked in the last fight, and just, in general, just where he go from here.
I mean, bro, if you ask me, like I said before, like people always criticize me and say, man, y'all gonna get him hurt and da 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 da. Y'all don't really
Right.
care about him. But the thing for me, I didn't want Deontay to come back, even after the third fight with Fear. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want him to fight anymore at all. You know what I'm saying? He came back and fought Hellenius. And what's crazy about it, even when I had my accident, and I think a couple of days later, I came down to camp because I knew he was getting ready for Hellenius. And I was like, man, you need to cut this shit out, man. You need to, do this, and third. But it was just like, man, shit, I'm a warrior, you know. And speaking of the last fight, man, what's crazy is, people criticize him for the last fight and say, oh, he ain't the same and things of that nature. But when you take those, when you go through things in life that's hindering you from being great in the ring, uh, it happens. You know what I mean?
Right.
But when I look back at the fight, you know what I'm saying, I actually thought it was pretty decent. I really did. I mean, considering the fact of what he had done leading up to that, because I think people forget June 1st of 2024. I mean, yeah, 2024 is when he fought Zane. You know what I'm saying? He
Yeah.
was knocked out in that fight. And I know for a fact, he had the surgery late July, like late July, he had the surgery he had three different surgeries to be exact. But he wasn't sparring or anything leading up to his last fight. And his first time sparring since his last fight, I mean, just had to be there to see it. And it was just like, damn, it's like he didn't lose a step, the things that he was doing. Um, he wanted to go to the body more, in which he couldn't effectively really do. He could have, but he stayed on the stick. He exercised that he wanted to go to the body. You know what I'm saying? Um, but that's part of being out the ring. You know what I'm saying? And now he get a chance to build up on the last 7 rounds that he's had. You know what I mean? If you ask me, those are some of the rounds that he been needed. Also looking at that fight, those are some clear cut rounds he really hasn't won since uh 2019. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
when you look at it and you trying to do things to get back to what you normally do, not saying that he wasn't, but again, when you're going through camps, especially when he was like 18-0, 19-0, before he started really understanding, like, I got the eraser. You know what I mean? He was doing everything that people wanted him to do. Everybody wanted him to just be this fluid boxer. But when you're going through camps and you only in the ring for 1 round, 2 rounds, not even getting past the 6th round, that's really kind of hard to do to stay committed to when you got the eraser and you getting these guys out of here in 1 round. So you kind of get away from a lot of that stuff. and he just getting
Absolutely.
back to just working on the basics. You know what I'm saying? And the course, the quality of sparring partners that he has coming to camp now. And you know, I actually thought it was pretty decent. He just got to continue building on what he got going on. That's all.
Absolutely, man. Yeah, because I thought Deontay looked good in the fight. It was a cool fight for him to come back. And I
Yeah,
said, he get a couple of more of them type of fights, and then he want to step up in the competition. I'm fine with that. Like he's a grown man. He's gonna make his own decisions. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to be the one to be like, oh, Deontay should be, he should give it up the game and everything and stuff. Because he's going to choose to fight. These guys are fighters. They've been fighting all their life from, just their life in general. And then, along with boxing. And so, I'm the guy that always know I'm going to commend Deontay. Always been a big fan of Deontay and, love his story, how he came up and everything. And, love everything he do for his community because he does a lot for his community as well, for sure. So,
yeah.
salute to Deontay Wilder for sure.
Man, I see a comment say I said he when somebody say he should be get back with Breland from day one. But that's the crazy part about it. People say that, right? But you know how many times you it was times where you couldn't even hear him speak in camp. So people don't really know like he didn't do much. That's the crazy part about it. But you know, I just had to get that out.
Yeah, man. Only thing I had for us, I thought he was with Malik a little bit too long. That I thought about that, but
Well, it's I know Malik take a lot of slack, you know what I'm saying, but I just think that people have to actually see what Malik bring and brought to the table. You know what I mean? They only see fight night. You know what I'm saying? But then
yeah,
again, in that aspect of it, Deontay was out of it as well. So it takes two to make something work. If one person putting everything into it, even though Deontay is putting everything into it, but mentally he's checked out. Mentally he wasn't there. So it's gonna be
facts.
hard. It's gonna look crazy. It's gonna look weird. It's gonna look like Malik not doing anything. But again, I've always blamed Deontay for that. You know what I mean? And I can do that. You know what I'm saying? But people will tell you, oh, you just bag boy or you just water boy. But I'm sitting here telling you that it wasn't Malik. It's definitely Deontay. You know what I mean?
Facts. Because I know Deontay recently, I watched, several interviews from him leading up to his last fight, where he was mentioning like he had to get rid of some people, dead
Yeah,
some weight, get
yeah,
cut
yeah,
the snakes out of his grass. He had
yeah,
some personal stuff that he had to take care of that was real detrimental on him continuing his career.
yeah, yeah. He did. That's the truth. And he got a sport psychiatrist as well. So you know what I mean.
Yeah,
So it like a lot to say some of this stuff mental as well. It was more mental than inside the ring for sure.
absolutely,
Right.
absolutely, man. So yeah, man. So I came across this man while I was just doing my little research, man. Tell us a little bit about your relationship with Pac-Man Jones, man. I'm from Cincinnati. Pac-Man Jones is a significant figure here in Cincinnati for sure, man. Appreciate everything he do here in the city, man. Always supporting, the young kids and everything out here, man. So I see you at the Bengals game, man, with Pac-Man. Go and tell us a little bit about your relationship with Pac-Man Jones.
That's my brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my blood brother.
Oh, Jones. Oh, shit.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah, bro. Yeah,
yeah. That's my brother, man. Yeah, for
that
sure,
is
man.
dope as hell.
You know, from you know, shit, man. He one of them. He just one of those guys, like I said before, man. And being my brother, you know, even though we don't really talk like publicly, put it out there like that, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Because he's his man and I'm my man. You know what I'm saying? And for a long time, it was always putting the media Lil Pack, Lil Pack, Lil Pack. You know, we're not even calling me my name. You know what I'm saying? Like the Lil Pack, no,
right,
not Pac, man, Lil Pack, Lil Pack. And so, yeah, man, it just, when he was going through his trials and tribulations, you know what I mean? I was always there. But see, I was always the one who wasn't scared to say something to him. You know, people who was around this
right.
say something to him, but I was one of the ones who say something to him, whether he like it or not. We'll get into it. So, oh well, what he gonna do? Beat me up? So you know,
Facts.
just like he a fighter, I'm a fighter too. You know what I'm saying? So it's one of those things where that's me and bro, we always for each other. We still there for each other. Even like some stuff that was going down last couple weeks in boxing. He was right there on the horn, like, bro, shit, I need to come with you. In fact, he flew to New York too. You know what I mean? So he went out of reach. He was an arm reach, you know what I mean? Because he knows if something goes down, I'm gonna take it there. Like my attitude worse than he is, even though I'm just not in the public eye like that.
Right. Right, man. You see, so you like the Bengals, man? So you got the Bengals gear on, man. You like the
Man, like,
Bengals?
yeah, I like the Beagles, man, and Mr. Brown, they took me in. You know what I'm saying? Coach Marvin Lewis, uh, 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 yeah, Coach Marvin Lewis, all them guys took me in. You know what I'm saying? Uh,
Absolutely.
what's his name? Pico, the model
Yeah,
Pico.
D'Amico Pecco. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
then Dre Kirkpatrick, he like a little brother to me too as well. So yeah, all them guys took me in, and every time I would come up there, I would come up to the practice, or I sit with Paul up in the booth and watch practice or something like that. So yeah, for sure, man. I definitely love. I like the Bengals, man. They just uh they just showed me a lot of love. You know what I'm saying? I'm definitely grateful for that. You know what I'm saying? And I would pull up to the stadium. They got to be there at like 9 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? I'm pulling up to the
Yeah.
stadium 8 o'clock. I'm drop me off. I used to tell bro, drop me off under the bridge. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to go party. You know what I
Facts.
mean?
Facts.
Yes,
The tailgates be here be lit,
yes,
man.
sir. Yes, sir.
It be lit. It be a whole nother situation, man. That's why I can't wait till week one.
Nah, for sure.
I
It's
can't
definitely
wait.
Cincinnati. But that's the thing though, man. They every time I came up there, man, they definitely showed me a lot of love, man, from the fans or you know what I mean, just meeting different people. And then it's some people it's some fans that I became really close with for sure.
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely, man. So yeah, man. So last night, man. Of course, we had fight night last night, man. It was some big fights on last night. Of course, Carissa the GOAT. She headlined her card last night, of course, and of course we had Xander Zayes versus Jorge Perez Garcia last night. So we had no fights. But before I forgot, so of course, we got. I know everybody see the thumbnail. You can go ahead and kind of break down your report with the Normans, or break down your report with the Normans
But I've been shit, man. Like I said, we all in
and Mustafa too. I forgot because we got Mustafa one of the the down south goats too as well.
yeah, man. Shit, with B, man, like I say, that's definitely like my little brother, man. I've been sparring since 14, 15 years old, man. And shit, I've been telling everybody like what he doing now, it doesn't, it doesn't surprise me. It's not surprising because I've been seeing him do what he's doing now for the longest, you know what I'm saying? And shit, from the very first time I sparred him, I knew he was gonna be special. Like the very first time in this one, I think he was either like 14, yeah, I think he was like 14, yeah, 14, yeah, he was 14. And shit, I couldn't throw no jabs, and Coach Lopez threw me in there. He said, "Man, shit, you gonna work with him. You know what I'm saying? We ain't got nobody for you to spar, but you can only throw jabs." I'm like, "All right, cool, no problem." Shit, he get the boom, 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 boom. I'm like, "Oh hell no, he ain't no motherfucking 14." Because that's how hard he was punching. You know what I'm saying? And it was guys that I was sparring at 40, 40, 40, 47, 54, 60 that wasn't hitting like him. And I was like, God damn. And just to see him spar with other guys, as him as a teenager was just like, damn, this kid's special. I brought him to I brought Javante Tank Davis to him and shit. He put the work in and shit. You know how somebody sit at the edge of the ring when they have a long day in the gym. You know what I'm saying? And that was Tank. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
people just people. I wasn't surprised. Like I wasn't surprised because I know what he can do. I've seen him do it over and over. But of course, that was like one of the first time he spotted a big name and he seen the work that he can do. Then that's when I was like, yeah, this kid's special for real. You know what I'm saying? Because he made Tank look a certain way. You know what I mean? And they senior and Tank was going at it or whatever like that. But over the years that wasn't number. If you ask me, it got a little crazy. But to see Tank come back around and give Junior his just due, you know what I mean? To say that Atlanta got a champion on their hands and everything that let you know about his character, no matter what people try to say about him and things of that nature. He got good
Absolutely.
character, right? But yeah, man, shit, man, and be honest with you, senior was one of the first guys to tell me I could do this, so I can do it, even though I have many amateur fights. He was just like, nah, bro, keep doing this and do that, you know what I'm saying? Give me pointers here and there, and uh, they was always supportive. They ain't look at me crazy, look at me weird. But what I will say is this: they could have one of the other people during that time, because it was a time where nobody wanted to spar Lil B. It was a time where nobody wanted to give him a chance in amateur fights. But I was the only person who can really take his punches and then spar with him. It got to a point where
Right.
we were sparring like every other day. I know his pops. I always talk to him, not talk to him about it, but I say something about this every once in a blue moon. But he was the one who I made us stop sparring because we was sparring so much we weren't really getting none out of it.
Right.
Yeah, man. So I've been around for a minute. Oh, give me 1 second.
What? Yeah, well, y'all make sure y'all hit that like button, man, for sure, man. This is a good one, man. With my dog Tay Jones, man, giving us, some game on Brian Norman Jr., Deontay Wilder, and his career as
Comeback.
well, you know what I'm saying? So, make sure y'all hit that like button if y'all ain't hit that like button for sure, man. And y'all can support through Cash App, $ CamJNetwork, man, if y'all want to support the channel, man, as well. Man.
Right.
So yeah, so you already know the vibe. So yeah, tell us about Coach Mustafa, man. Coach Mustafa, very valuable, far as Atlanta, even down south, just boxing in general. So
Right.
tell us, about Coach Mustafa.
Oh man, Coach Mustafa actually been on the scene, man. I think a lot of people really just
Pick
starting to
it up
find out
on
who he is and more about him because of course they always see him on the Instagram and you know he basically just took the Instagram method to go to that route. Some people call, oh, he's just an Instagram coach and this and third, but no, when you really get with him, he really knows a lot. Like honestly, um, people would tell me like you got pop, right? People would tell me like, bro, you got pop. You know what I'm saying? But then of course, when you're a late bloomer, you're not really understanding how to sit down and how to throw it correctly. And that's where I think I give Mustafa the most credit because actually got my last two knockouts. You know what I'm saying? And I actually
Bars.
got, dropped a couple people, you know what I'm saying, in sparring. Started dropping people within the fights, even if I didn't get a knockout, you know what I'm saying? And he actually taught me how to sit down on my punches. Why am I throwing his punches? And actually he got me comfortable fighting tall fighters. I used to hate fighting tall guys. I used to hate fighting softballs, but he taught me and walked me through it, like different drills, different things. Of course, like I said before, I'm what you pretty much call a late bloomer, but he taught me those things. And so when I hear people say, "Oh, he's just an Instagram coach or this, and a third," like, no, you really gotta lock in with him. You know what I'm saying? If you really lock in with him, you can understand certain things and certain things. You know what I'm saying? Watching film with him while he breaking it down and the repetitive work. You know what I'm saying? The repetitive work. Where we might do the same drill for maybe like 15 rounds. You'd be like, damn, man, let's go to something else. But nah, he really wants you to get it. And I think that's why I give him the most praise at. You know what I'm saying? You seen him recently with Tevin Farmer. You saw what Tevin Farmer did against Jose Zepeda, where really a lot of people didn't expect that the first fight. You know what I'm saying? Drop Zepeda.
Facts.
You know what I mean? Things of that nature. Even in the second fight, I actually thought Tevin Farmer battled back to even call it a close fight. Could have went either way to me. You know what I mean? Um, but there's other guys. He got a prospect right now, and Troy Nash. If you ask, a lot of people don't know about him, but he just fought in that Riyadh season tournament they got for the WBC. He
Yeah.
advanced to the next round, and then Troy Nash is he a real good prospect. That nobody talks about. He just had two guys fight on OTX this past weekend. One guy, DeMichael Harris, who fought Haven Brady. Me and Haven Brady used to train together. You know what I'm saying? Because we had the same coach before Coach Mustafa, and he got a guy named DeMichael Harris that fought Haven Brady. DeMichael, you know what I'm saying? Like I say, he was very very close with Tank, and Coach Mustafa had him at first. He was getting real. It was to a point he started getting real good. But for whatever reason, I guess he went a different way and then went with Jake Paul for a second. Then he came back to Coach Mustafa. He got more millions. Morgan Griggy, more millions. Now Morgan just, if you ask me, it was a fight he could have won this past weekend. He got started late in the fight. But again, when you have those long layoffs like that, especially when you only got so many minimal fights, you can't really afford to take layoffs. That's why you got to have one of those, I guess you could say, gimme fights in
Yeah,
between, so you know what I'm saying, you can get the feel back and be in the ring. I think that's more so than what it was than him, getting the feel back, and he didn't get the feel back to maybe like the fifth round. You know what I mean? So yeah, Coach Mustafa got a lot of guys. He had Mac Truck, the heavyweight, who everybody was big on at first, but Mac Truck kind of went in the win a little bit simply because he haven't been fighting. You know what I mean? But if you look at Matt Truck record, Matt Truck had a WBA gold belt within like 5-6 fights. You know what I mean? He took him to the nationals. So his work speak for itself for sure.
facts, facts, facts. Man, it's all definitely, man. And you could just go ahead and tell us some other fighters that you know that you got relationships with as well. Just let people know some other people that got good reports with.
I got good reports with a lot of guys in the game, man, and shoot, especially a lot of the heavyweights. I personally know a lot of the heavyweights. It's not too many that I don't know, especially Luis Ortiz. I actually do know what's his name. I don't know. I know Dubois, but I know his coach, Coach Don
Yeah,
Charles. We got a chance to rap a tad a lot in over there in Riyadh, and we we stay in contact and stuff like that because he be sending me like different videos on different fighters and what to look for. Why is this person doing that? Because I like, even though I like fighting them, and stuff like that, but I still like learning. You know what I'm saying? Why certain things
yeah,
are done. Shoot, man, a lot of fighters. I'm cool with Cool Boy Steph. Shoot. Who else, man? Albert Bell. He's one of my good guys. Stephen Shaw. And with I see Kano out there. I see Kano out there talking about Stephen Shaw. Yeah, he took the words out.
yeah.
Uh, who else, man? Shit, man. A lot of different people, man. Like, I don't want to leave nobody out because I got a lot of relationship with a lot of different guys, especially a lot of the guys here in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? That
Absolutely.
nobody really talk about, like K Chop. He another one. You know what I'm saying? Him. Man, I don't want to leave nobody out, but I got a lot of relationship with a lot of guys, and if it's not them themselves, definitely like their coach or somebody on their team or somebody that's in the industry. You know what I'm saying? Especially my ATL guys. I see Shawase Najee Lopez. He would Edgar Berlanga count. You know what I mean? Him and his brother Hakim Lopez. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, we got a lot of different guys for sure that I know.
Yeah, and how is so of course Brian Norman Jr. He coming into his own for us Georgia Atlanta as well. You know talk about for us the boxing scene in Georgia and Atlanta specifically for us how they're coming up under Brian Norman Jr. and yourself.
Man, it's crazy because like, man, when I first moved back home from playing college football, man, it was crazy because it just seemed like everybody was against each other. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
being in the amateurs in Tennessee with Caleb Plant, you know what I mean, Ryan Martin and all those guys up there, Avius Griffin, it was different where everybody supported each other no matter what part of Tennessee you was in. Then here in
right,
Georgia, it just seemed like it was just like a gym war. These people at this gym don't like this people at this gym. This gym over here don't. They hate on the whole city. So it was more so of a hate. But then, like, I personally, if you ask me, I think Tank fighting down here brought everybody together. And the reason why I say that is because when they came down here, people just like Atlanta boxing. It wasn't no more, oh, this gym boxing or that gym boxing. It was more so everybody coming together. And for a long time, when people started throwing cars down here, you know, even before when Tank came, people throwing cars, but you was getting a lot of hate because it was only certain people at this gym fight on this car or certain people at that gym fight on this car. You know what I mean? But when
Right.
Tank came through the city and it was time to put people in from the city on that card, you know, then that's when you started seeing everybody come together. You know what I mean? And then they brought the Team Combat League within like I think 2021 or something like that. They brought the Team Combat League. Then it wasn't no more like gyms going against gyms. It's pretty much like everybody like, okay, I can see why he on the team. I can see why he on the team or whatever like that. But it's definitely coming together. You know, now that we got, you know, of course, Brian Norman Jr. I always thought that he set the tone. You know, I've always said I thought him, Najee Lopez, Mac Truck, even Haven Brady. You know, I thought all those guys, and before those guys, we had Justin DeLoach. You know what I mean? And many people forgot about Justin DeLoach, who was a champion at 147 as well. You know what I mean?
Facts.
I think a lot of people forgot about him. You know what I mean? But shoot, it's definitely grown. It's a lot of people throwing shows down here now. BLK came down here through a show. PBC through a show. Top Rank through a show right after PBC through a show. Um, Combat Collective, they threw a show down here with Alicia Baumgartner. Clarissa Shields, she lives down here and she trains at one of the gyms down here now. So yeah, man, for sure. I actually think it's come a long ways. Even though the scene back then was better, it was better back then than it is now. But I actually think not by Brian Jr. being champion is definitely coming back around because now of course a lot of eyes is being brought to boxing. You know what I mean? Like even if you're on the celebrity boxing, it's still eyes being brought to boxing.
Absolutely. Absolutely, bro. Man, dope as fuck right there, man. So, I'm gonna open up the panel so we can open up the panel and then we can kind of go over the fights along with some other people that want to join us and go over these fights. And I know you got some shit to handle, so just let me know when you know what I'm saying when you got to leave out or whatever. You know what I mean, for
Okay.
sure. So, the panel is open, y'all. I'm gonna pin the link to the top. If y'all want to come up and we gonna recap these fights and we got some topics to cover as well, you know what I mean? So, the panel's open. Y'all want to come up and y'all want to ask my brother Tay a couple questions as well, but be respectful. And if you do come up, be respectful to Tay, be respectful to my platform as well. And you know what I'm
Man, shit,
saying?
they can ask me anything they want to say. They can say whatever they want to say to me. I don't, you
We
know, like I say, I don't duck or hide from no questions or anything. You know what I mean?
absolutely.
But I want to say this too. Make
What,
sure
what?
y'all tune in November 22nd. It's gonna be a show. It's gonna be a
Yes,
show.
sir.
It's gonna be a show
Yes,
for sure.
sir, man. Of course, before we get into the recap, we can just go ahead and kind of get into the conversation with the elephant in the room with everybody. I know some people they want to talk about the situation at hand, so what I'm saying. Go ahead. We're gonna talk about like this whole the Bill Haney and Brian Norman Sr. drama. You know what I mean, of course, everybody, a lot of people know about the infamous phone call with you and Bill and everybody. So you can just go and get them a explanation of what went down verbatim so everybody can know about the situation from the man himself. You know what I mean?
Man, what's crazy about it is, what's crazy about it is before then I haven't even talked to Bill since like March, and I think that was like the round. Yeah, it was like the same weekend that Brian Norman Jr. fought Cuevas. You know what I'm saying? And, like I had a relationship with Bill outside of boxing, so I was like, shit, I'm in y'all city, man. I'm in y'all city. I'm in Vegas. You know what I'm saying? And I think like the next day, the next morning, the day of Brian Norman Jr.
Hit
fight, he
your
was
mute
like,
real quick, Bean.
say that again.
Hit mute real quick, Bean. Dang.
There you go.
There you go. There you go. All right, go
So he texted me out the blue. he texted me out the blue after I haven't spoke to him since June. He texted me out the blue and said, sent me not Instagram, but a Twitter, like a Twitter message to my phone, to my actual handheld phone, about an offer being sent to him, being sent to Brian Noma Jr., which I found strange because he and I had never had a conversation about Brian Noma Jr. And
Right.
shoot, I get on the phone with him, you know what I'm saying? And when I get on the phone with him, he was just, he was talking about, I asked him, did Turkey send the contract? Because one thing I knew for sure was they got a 3-fight deal with Turkey. You know what I mean? So ain't nobody sending no contracts outside of Turkey. I know how Turkey work. I done been over there 2 times. I'm very, very cool with the Crown Prince and his son. So I know how they operate. I don't know everything of their business, but I know how they operate. And
Absolutely.
he basically was just like, the contract being sent and things of that nature. And I didn't know what the hell he was talking about because, again, like I said before, I know the only person who could send a contract was Turkey. And, he got other people on the phone, and, he got talking about Boots. He was pretty much saying that, it shouldn't be no reason why y'all signed a contract because Boots a dangerous fight. He was more dangerous fight than my son. But in my head, I'm thinking to myself, like, damn, why would you even say that? Because if you ask me, that's like degrading your son a little bit. You know what I mean? And
Right.
I was just like, shit, why everybody making Boots to be out like this killer? Like, I remember when I was the first one on YouTube, one of the first ones that was talking about Boots, who can upset Undisputed had he fought, either Bud Up or Errol. And I'm like, man, y'all talking about him like he's some killer. Yeah, I see what he's doing, but man, like, if you say y'all just send the contract, I'm thinking in my head, was like, damn, how is that possible? You ain't even know that this man was really fighting 140 pounders. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Sergey Lupier's, Thomas Delorme, Custio Clayton, all them guys, Roman Villa, all them guys was coming up from 140. He fought Karen, who's a true 147 pounder. You know what I'm saying? He looked bad in both fights, and he destroyed Stanionis, who was a true 147 pounder. But outside of those guys, all those guys are 140. So that was what I was explaining to him. And he was like, well, I can't put that out to you. I was like, no, you can. You can't put that out. Then he was like, nah. He started laughing. Was like, nah, I can't put that out, bro. If I put that out, they're gonna fry me. Then I was just like, nah, you can put that out. You put out what you want to put out anyway. And who cares what people say? Why would you care? Why should you care what people say think about you anyway? But am I wrong? Don't Bill put out bullshit all the time?
Right.
So
Definitely
like,
all the time.
so that I ain't wrong for saying what I said, you know what I'm saying? And that was taken to the media and said that Teen Norman said that, because I did say that, if you ask me, I felt that Devin was a more dangerous fight. And my reason being for that aspect was pretty much saying that Devin fought all his contemporaries, Devin fought everybody in his weight class, and he ain't pulling people up to fight them, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I said that. Then it was just taken out of, it was taken from a conversation I thought was with 3 people, then saying that, Team Norman says that Devin Haney is the most dangerous fight, basically asking for more money when we never even talked about money. Only thing Bill said was he want to make sure that Brian Norman getting paid more than he was for the boots offer, a boots fight or something like that. I was like the 2 million or the 1.6 or 1.7. It was something like that because I know he had put a tweet out stating, "Are you going to accept the same type of money?" or something like that. The crazy part about that is Bill, he's not going to know. He might know now, but he doing negotiating with Turkey and them, he won't know that their side. And he even stated that himself. Like, I don't know how much they're negotiating for. This isn't third. We won't know that side. That's for them to negotiate. Cool.
Right.
So in my head, I'm thinking, well, shit, what the fuck we talking about? Like, I know he made what he made over in Japan. I know he made his million. So he cool. So if you're talking about that or you're talking about the 2 million, that was my purpose to answer that question. And so right after that, shit, I was going through, because I was actually at the airport at the time. And then I was going through security. So I got off the phone. And when I called back, it was more people on the phone. And so that's when he proceeds to say, well, to tell you the truth, Che, he said, nigga, be honest with you. It's just like this from verbatim. nigga, to be honest with you, we weren't even trying to fight Brian Norman Jr. Then he said,
Mm.
be honest, he said, be honest with you, we weren't even trying to fight Brian Norman Jr. We was trying to see what the Williams Zepeda and Shakur Stevenson fight was going to be, because we was going to offer Shakur Stevenson a fight. And then after that, he says, but the nigga daddy just be burning the brand. He be burning up the brand or something like that. He said it was between like burning the brand or talking shit about the brand. It was one of them. And
Yeah.
I was like, well, what'd he say? Because at this point, like I said, I'm getting ready for Deontay fight week. And I'm not even thinking about, because I know Junior just had fought that the previous Thursday. So his fight over with. I'm not even thinking about what bro got going on. You know what I mean? I'm thinking about what Big got going on now. So you know what I mean? I'm getting ready to go up there because I know I got work to do when I get there. And I'm like, what you mean? Because I ain't heard Senior say nothing bad about him. Every time Senior said something, he was pretty much saying like, man, I don't got no problem with them. He ain't never talk about the Ryan fight. Say he give Bill his respect on what he did with his son. They pretty much did the same thing with him. How he took his son to Mexico. So he ain't got no problem with it. I love to see black fathers doing their thing. He was giving the praise. So I ain't hear nothing that Senior had said bad. Then that's when I was like, well, what did he say? How he burning up the brand? He was like, man, the nigga daddy just be talking shit. And I'm like, well, what did he say? You know what I mean? Because up until then, I haven't heard him say anything out the way. You know what I mean? And then I was like, if anything, your son started. Your son called him ass. And then that's when someone on the phone was like, well, shit, he also said that he's not ass. And I was like, well, that one after the knockout.
Right.
So, but before then, I haven't heard Senior say anything bad about them. And it wasn't until after maybe when I got to Kansas, when somebody had told me, he had said that he was gonna knock him out and step over his son. I didn't even know none of that was said. You know what I mean? So it was like,
Right.
so it was all fairly new to me. And then that's when me and Bill got into it on the phone, along with somebody else as well, who was also on the phone. That's when we got into it. But that's how the conversation went. So everything I had said just then, even on my show, on Coach Malachi's show, it ain't changed. That's what was said. So I don't see how other people don't know that was said.
Absolutely, because a lot of people was up there, putting a whole bunch of, trying to add shit to the shit. I'm like, bro, no, y'all gotta listen to the source of himself. They had the whole conversation. They're gonna Brian Norman Sr. and brought Tay up and exposed the whole conversation. And Bill was shocked to the shit. Like Bill was like, damn, this really happening, like right there, because he didn't think Senior was gonna pull that move for real.
See, the reason why that happened, first of all, Senior really didn't want to do it. He was trying to
Right.
give him a chance.
He was trying to hold back the whole time. Like, but Bill just kept talking and
Bill
talking.
was Bill was the one who said he also had said but the nigga daddy be talking shit. He said all you got to do is call the nigga daddy. We can dead the shit right now. And that's what I was like. What about this dad? What'd he do? That's exactly what said, because he the one who told me to tell him. I wouldn't have said anything, you know what I'm saying? Because again, that was a private conversation. You know what I mean? I don't go saying this. Now that's not who I am. But he was the one who said all you got to do is call the nigga daddy. You call him, and I was like, well, you got the nigga. I said you got his number. Then you try to invite Brian Norman Jr. to camp when y'all was fighting Jose Ramirez. See, he didn't know I knew that.
Right.
He kind of was like, but I ain't calling nigga. All right, cool. So when I got off the phone, I text B like, bro, I got something to tell you, bro. And I told him what was going on. We didn't think too much of it. We laughed at it or whatever like that, but we ain't think too much of it. You know what I'm saying? But he was the one who told me to tell him. You know what I mean? I guess he thought I wasn't gonna tell him because I had told him he'd tell him, because again, he tried to invite Brian Norman Jr. to his camp when they was getting ready to fight Jose Zepeda.
Facts, bro. That shit is crazy, bro. Because for people that don't know, like within, like on True Media podcast on Coach Malachi's show, like Bill and Brian Norman Sr. they was arguing, going back and forth and everything, and it led to Bill talking so much to where Brian Norman Sr. like, no, I don't want to do this, but I'm gonna call Tay. Like, I know you was on a phone conversation with Tay, and I know you was trying to get out of the fight. And Bill was like, how was I trying to dare the fight? How was I trying to get out of the fight and stuff? And then they spoke about this phone conversation. Brian Norman Sr. He called Tay up, and then the rest is history from there. I mean,
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's what was said.
for sure, y'all. Hey, y'all, the link is pinned to the top. Y'all want to come up here? You know what I mean? Ask some questions. Then we can go ahead and recap these fights too from last night as well too. So yeah, man, that's crazy, bro. And with Brian Norman Jr., man, of course, he been, the paintings, they've been doing a lot of crazy shit. Else, far as the PD situation. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They wanted them to test, a couple weeks before, the designated date that they was going to start August 1st and everything. So no, you can kind of talk about that a little bit briefly too.
Yeah. Well, even with that whole little thing right there, man, I think Turkey was paying for 8 weeks or whatever. So anything outside of that, Junior ain't doing nothing wrong. You know
Right,
what I mean?
right,
It's contracted. You know what I mean? I don't think people understand how testing goes. Sometimes you go to some of these fights, especially on a regional level like myself. You're not going to get tested. You go do your own blood work and stuff like that. You know what I mean? But like
right,
top ranks and PBCs and golden boys and stuff like that depends on what state they're in. The commission may or may not do it. You might have a fight on that card that two people may not get drug tested, or they may not have VADA into it, but they might get P test by the commission. Or two of the fights on the card may have VADA involved, as to where other cards on the fight don't. You know what I mean? It just depends. Now, if it's VADA involved, that's because the promoter probably put it in the contract that they had those guys on VADA. You know what I mean? But Turkey agreed to pay 8 weeks, and then of course, I believe that Bill put out something before. I believe they requested VADA, whatever the case may be. Lil B agreed to do, I think it was 16 weeks or whatever like that.
yeah,
I'm sure that they knew that he wanted to do 16 weeks, but for whatever reason, they wanted to do an extra 2 weeks. They was like, "Well, we'll stop you from now." And I just, for me, looking at the whole situation on how everything was going, they wanted to make it seem like they running the show. And I actually based that off, looking at Devin's last two tweets after, what I'm saying, Norman said he was going to, I guess Norman agreed to do the extra 2 weeks. And then he was like, do as you're told or some shit like that.
yeah. He said, "Do as you told."
To me, that shows that you're trying to, what I'm saying, you're trying to control everything. And then, they was already going back and forth about who got the call about the fight first and things of that nature. So when I see stuff like that, it just let me know that it really had nothing to do with testing. You know what I'm saying? I don't even think that Bill thought that Brown was doing anything. I actually just thought there was a mechanism for him to get the public talking, and of course, you know what I'm saying, I'm not gonna say built in excuse, but make sure that people knew that there was testing, or he didn't want to test with a case, whatever the case may be. But the whole thing about that is he has the manager numbers. If you felt so strongly about doing it, 2 weeks earlier, he could definitely have contacted his managers, and of course they got it done. You know what I'm saying? But it was one of those things. If you ask me, B also had things going on in his life. You know what I'm saying? Of course, I look at it like this: people have 9 to 5s. You know what I'm saying? Some people in this chat might have 9 to 5. If you don't, kudos to you. I'm saying you probably don't need it. But him having, he boxing is like a 9 to 5 for him. Since becoming champion, he's already fought what 2 times. I mean, yeah, he's already fought 2 times, and his life has been nothing but boxing, boxing, boxing. So when you take off from work from your 9 to 5 on vacation, do you still want to be bothered with work? I don't think nobody. I don't think nobody will still be wanting about to be bothered with work from, what I'm saying, when you off, you off. And then of course, what I'm saying, my man's his grandma was sick. She passed away last week or whatever. You know what I mean? And condolences to her, because I know that family going through it. So, I think it was more than just, not want to take the test right then. It was more so like, man, I'm free from right now. Let me just do me for right now. You know what I'm saying? I got family things going on. Like he was in the middle of moving. You know what I'm saying? He was of course, he's traveling here, he's traveling there, still trying to move in between time, and things of that nature. So I think it was more so of just life things going on. Like, man, what's the difference between now and the first? Because it's nothing that I can do or take to clean my system or to even what I'm saying, to do anything with that time span. You know what I mean? Especially
Absolutely.
people think about taking blood or hair samples or whatever. It's nothing that I could have taken. So he agreed to do, what I'm saying, the first. But now he agreed to do the whole thing, no problem. It's just, some people look at a way though, they trying to get out the fight. And if Devin would have put out the fight, then it would have looked bad on him and Turkey, because Turkey had just set up and said that, hey, he was willing to fight anybody. You know what I'm saying? Cool, no problem.
Right.
Brian Norman, he feel different. He was like, man, they trying to wiggle out this fight, so I'm gonna just go ahead and take it. So he can't go nowhere. He's gonna be just fine.
Facts, facts. Salute to 2 Cents, man. What's good with you, sis?
What's going on? How y'all doing?
What's going
Good,
on?
good, good. What you got for us today?
Um, I just had a quick. I mean, I agree with Tay because Cam, I've been saying this the whole time. This whole testing thing, in my opinion, has just been for attention. Because when you really look at it, it's really kind of corny, right? You're making a big deal about somebody signing up 2 weeks earlier for testing, as if they're gonna come right away and test you. And my question is, if Brian Norman did sign up and they did come right away and test them, is that not suspicious to anybody?
Yeah, and it was crazy is I think they tested him. What today's Sunday, so I want to say like 4 days ago now. So like maybe like I think it was on either Wednesday or Thursday they tested him.
So, I mean, coincidence? Like, this don't raise no red flags for people because it do to me. Um, so my whole thing is, people are saying that Bill want to get out the fight. They want to get out the fight. Why did they even accept it if they didn't want it and was going to try to get out of it? Right? To me, that just doesn't make any sense in my opinion. When you fight with Turkey, do you not have any autonomy? Can you not be like, no, I don't want this fight right now? Like, can you not do that? Like, I don't understand the whole I'm going to try to get out the fight. And I don't understand why Bill would make it so obvious that he's trying to get out the fight. It just, in my mind, it just doesn't make sense to me. But Bill personally, I don't. I would think Bill would be smarter than that. But I mean, are you saying they do want the fight or they don't want the fight?
I mean, like I said before, I just know what the conversation was on the phone. You know what I'm saying? I know exactly what he said, and I told Senior exactly what was said. And he did say that they wanted to see what the fight was going to be like with Shakur and Williams Zepeda, because they wanted to offer Shakur a contract. That was said. But do I think they're trying to get out the fight? I mean, that's really hard to say, because I do think that Devin will fight anybody. You know what I'm saying? And I like Devin as a fighter as well. It's really hard to say. But I mean, again, Turkey been exposing people who not really want to fight fights. You know what I mean? So I can't say they trying to get out the fight, but then again, it kind of looked like it, because again, you going through all these optics, you saying all these different things when it don't have to be that way. Like I said before, you could just have call the man. Plain and simple, everything ain't got to be public. You know what I'm saying? You could have called the
Right.
managers if things was that way. If you requested earlier than 16 weeks, or you want to do a full 18, and you're on record and coming out and saying that you're gonna pay for it, fine. You could have called the managers. He got their number. He got Norman number. If it was that important, he could have called Sing.
My
So that's how I feel. But I don't know, man. I guess when Turkey come with you to a fight, I guess you do have the right to say yeah or nay. But then again, he was already having trouble trying to find a fight. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I keep telling people, like, literally like 4 days after he fought Sasaki, he had already got the offer. And I don't believe that they knew that he got the offer, because they were still talking about fucking T.O. and Richard Hitchison and everybody else. My thing was, if y'all talking about Richard Hitchison and everybody else, ain't no way in hell you knew about this offer. Was they Norman accepted the fight with Turkey to fight Devin, because you still talking about somebody else. It wasn't until days later after he accepted the fight, Devin, that he started saying on Twitter, I'm looking for this tough guy named Brian Norman Jr. How you go from I'm looking for this tough guy named Brian Norman Jr. one day, then the very day before that, you was talking about Richard Hitchison.
Right. The inconsistencies.
Hey, you mind? Hey guys, hey, what's up, Cam?
Boxer Hacker, what's good, Boxer Hacker, man? What
Salute
you
to you,
got on
champ.
this,
First
brother?
time on your channel, man. Well, second time.
For sure.
Salute. Well, one thing I want to say, to what you said, 2 Cent, as far as it being like suspicious, no, it can't be suspicious because the moment you sign up, it's randomized testing, so they can test you the hour after you sign up, the day after you sign up, it's random. They can test you whenever. So it's impossible to call it suspicious when you know
That's not
by
true, brother.
definition that it's a
That's
randomized
not true,
test.
brother. It's not. That's not true. It's 8 weeks. So if you're saying the moment you sign the contract, it's automatic testing.
The moment those 8 weeks start, it's random.
Right. The moment of 8 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying. So even if it's the first day of that 8 weeks, it's not suspicious.
But this is not the first day of the 8 weeks, though.
Yeah, but they're in testing now. So the first. All right, let me put it this way: first day the testing gets activated, it's a randomized dates that you get tested. So
I sign up one day and then the next day you testing me all the way
Yes,
somewhere on
absolutely.
vacation. It's
Absolutely.
suspicious, bro.
It's not suspicious because you knew.
It's a difference between 365 and being enrolled in Vital. He was enrolled in Vital, right? But they wanted to do the 365 testing. That's totally different. So when you do 365, it's automatically random from a year-long process.
Yes, and when you do the normal routine, it's 8 weeks, but it's randomized. It's randomized as well. You don't know the dates they're gonna get tested. They're both randomized. The only difference is the length of time in which you're getting tested. But yeah, so it doesn't matter. Like as soon as you sign up, you know verbatim. As soon as I sign up and this gets activated, they can test me whenever they want. They can test me in the evening.
Boxing Hacker, but you have to look at the totality of a situation, bro. You got me on here crying and screaming about 2 extra weeks. So I sign up and then the next day, damn near I'm tested. Like, come on, Boxing Hacker, look at it as a totality, bro.
And
that
the totality
is suspicious.
This totality is not suspicious because let me ask you this question: the moment you sign up and it's activated, is it not random at that time? Can you not get tested at any time?
It's not random if I get tested 2 days later. No,
you cannot get tested 2 days later. If it's active, you can get tested the hour later. What do you mean?
You can get tested at any time.
At any time.
And I get what she's saying, but I mean literally, the man was. I want to say, you got to tell them where your whereabouts or where you're going and things of that nature. But for him to sign up, I think he signed up on a Sunday and he was testing on a Wednesday or a Thursday or something like that.
Yeah. They didn't tell you it was going to be active the week after. They said, hey, it's active now. You know that we can show up at any time. But if it's only not suspicious the week after, then it should be active the week after, not this week. You see how that works? Like as long as it's active and I know I can be tested anytime, I can't call it suspicious if they test me tonight. Or even the day I signed up. They can test me the day
you can't, but I can.
I mean, with what? What's suspicious about it? Is it out of the contract? Is it like a fine line somewhere? They told you as soon as this is active, we can test you anytime. So what's suspicious about it? Are they not keeping to their word? Like what part of that is suspicious? I don't really understand. You know, as far as the whole scenario of like Devin not wanting to fight, like I always say is we've seen Devin Haney pull out of the Sandor Martin fight and drop his whole title. Devin Haney has shown that he has no problem pulling out a fight if he doesn't want the fight, regardless of the consequence. He dropped the title, which was his biggest bargaining chip, and left the Sandor Martin fight, right? This is a voluntary fight. It's not mandatory. There's nothing that's gonna happen if he doesn't fight Brian Norman. Versus him pulling out Sandor Martin where he actually had to lose the title. So when you look at what Devin has done throughout his career, there's nothing to show us that say, oh, he doesn't want this fight. If he didn't want it, I think him and Bill would just say, no, we don't want it. You know, if you just look at their career, you can see it. You know, I'll land it right there. But like, yeah, I think people are just over exaggerating a little bit when it comes to Devin's scared.
I don't think she's over exaggerating. But again, you threatened to pull out a fight because someone said that I'm starting this date, but you want these 2 dates.
But here's the problem with that. Bill Haney also said that they had talked about it and agreed on it. Bill Haney's, from what I understand from what Bill Haney was saying, is that they were under the assumption that Brian Norman and them already signed up. And I guess they had some kind of agreement. I don't know if it was on contract or verbal, but that Brian Norman was already supposed to be signed up. And Bill Haney was just asking, "Hey, what's happening here?" And Brian Norman said, we just got to sign up August 1st. You know, if you don't have a problem, to go tell Turkey." That's how it really went. So people are ignoring the fact that Bill Haney was under the assumption that they were already supposed to be signed up.
Well, I think I'm not ignoring the fact that, if anything, I think I don't really have to listen to Bill to understand what's going on. You know what I mean? I know what was said to him. I mean, to me. You know what I mean? And at the same time, if it's not contractually obligated for you to do it, he don't have to do it. That's just plain and simple.
So let me ask you something. How sure it wasn't contracted obligated? Because like I said, according to Bill, and Brian didn't really push back on this. Bill said that they were under this is what was agreed upon to them for them to sign up prior.
8 weeks.
No, 8 weeks for Turkey to pay. Bill said they're paying
extra. Contractual. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. Everything outside that contract, he's not obligated to do anything outside that contract. But he said he enrolled. That's what I'm telling you. He enrolled.
So then it becomes a question of why is Bill under this assumption? And like I said, Brian Norman didn't push back on that assumption. You know, I don't know if it was a verbal agreement. Who knows? You know, but he was under the assumption this was supposed to happen. You know, and that's why he brought it up. It wasn't like he brought it up out thin air that one day. You know, it wasn't just on like social media. He has brought up this. He was under the assumption that they were already supposed to have started testing, and he was querying.
Why ain't contact the managers?
That's what he said. Remember, he said go talk to Turkey. Remember, he said okay, I'll do that.
No. He has senior number and he has the other managers' numbers too.
Right. So, like I said, when he made the statement, he was already under the assumption that they were already going to start testing. No.
You're not hearing me.
Yes.
You went to social media.
They were on live together. No.
Yeah.
They were on live
together. He tweeted that out. That's how everything got started. He tweeted it out.
He tweeted out talking about how long it's going to take Ryan Norman Jr. to start testing. They started the conversation.
Right. So, but I to my recollection, I think it was on live. Maybe it was Twitter before. Maybe Twitter was first. I'm not sure. But from
Twitter was definitely Twitter first.
Okay. Well, my apologies. It was Twitter first. Fine. But from the conversation I heard between Brian Norman and Bill, it was a conversation where one party felt like, hey, you told us you were going to do this already. And the other party said, hey, we're going to do it later. That's what I got from that. You know, but people are ignoring Bill's side of the story and just saying, well, Brian, this is what Brian Norman said he was going to do. Bill also had a point. He was like, hey, y'all told us this was going to happen. It didn't happen. You know.
Boxer, what the hell are you talking about?
All right, can you highlight what Sports Prediction said, please?
Yeah, I got you. Right here.
Thank you. Yes, sir. No. The one. The recent one.
The recent one. Okay.
No, not what Bill was thinking. It's what he said.
No. Not that one. It say they signed on July 10th. Remember, everybody was in New York.
Oh yeah.
They even told. There's a video out there when he told them to their face that we signed up for Vada. Told them to their face. But that was the agreement for sure. So if there was anything outside of that, why didn't Bill say that from the beginning? Why didn't he?
And that's what I'm saying. Based on that conversation, there was some kind of agreement from Bill's side of the story.
I don't care.
Can we stop using Bill as a credible source by hacker?
Matter of fact, I got one video right here. Hold on.
Per the terms of Turkey Al-Sheikh, the man who's calling the shots, the man who put the fight on, the man who's paying us these multi-million dollars. That's the Haneys and the Normans. This per him, 8 weeks worth of VADA testing. 8 weeks worth of VADA testing. Bill Haney and Devin Haney, they're the team. Devin Haney Promotions, Bill Haney, Devin Haney, they were the ones that were fearful. They are the ones that are afraid. They asked for extra testing. We agreed to extra testing. In fact, we agreed to double the 8 weeks. We agreed to 16 weeks. 16 weeks of testing. My son is going on vacation next week. All my son asked is, hey, well, we can start when I come back. It wasn't a big deal. It wasn't a big thought. It was really nothing to it. You feel what I'm saying? Bill Haney, mind you, let's put this out there real quick. My son signed up and he told them that he was going to start August the 1st on July the 10th. They sent that out on July the 10th. We're going to start August the 1st. Now, all of a sudden, on July the 18th or 19th, it becomes a big deal that he said August the 1st. 8 days later, now it becomes a big deal that he said August 1st. Why? Why all of a sudden did it become a big deal when you got the email? You saw it before. Why was it always a big deal now? No. Why you got to wait to then? You didn't say that when he first sent the letter. What happened between them 8 days to make you say, no, we need to do it right now? I'm missing it. You feel what I'm saying? We're doing over and above double what Turkey Island Sheik asked for. I personally said, bro, look, the man is like a I don't even want to make this comparison, but it's real. The man is like a battered woman. He's like a scorned lady. He paranoid or whatever else. B, just take the test, man, and show him and shut him up or whatever. Be like, man, no, forget it. I'm not gonna move on their time because we already conceded to the double testing. He had already conceded to that. You feel what I'm saying? But I know B ain't got nothing to hide. He know he ain't got nothing to hide. You feel what I'm saying? So like, B, man, you ain't got nothing to hide, bro. Just do it. You feel what I'm saying? So again, thank God he did it. He went ahead and did it or whatever else. I knew it was gonna end up this way. It's not about bending the knee or nothing else. It's just that some of the people, it was a no-win situation because some people gonna say, oh, you had to go get cleaned up. So those people who saying he had to go get cleaned up, are you apologizing now? Are those people apologizing now that he did not go get cleaned up, that he haven't even went on vacation, that he signed up before, just like he said, because it wasn't a big deal, and we told y'all it wasn't a big deal? Are those people apologizing now? No. Now they're saying, see, he been it just like we knew he would. It was a penis measuring contest, shall I say? That's all.
There it is.
Yo, bingo. Brian Norman Sr., salute to you, brother, man. Salute to you.
Hey, how you doing, Bob, man? Listen, I wasn't even trying to no interviews no time soon, but just let me put a couple of facts out there real quick, because I heard my man saying all kind of craziness. It's just what I'm glad you just played what I just said. That's actually what I wanted to say. You said that we told them to their face we signed up a bottle on that day, July the 10th. That's exactly what we told them. I had no clue that my son had told me he was going to start on August the 1st, but I did know he was going on vacation. He know he had a lot going on. And then since then, my mother has passed. So, again, that was a whole nother situation then, too. But again, my son said, say it again.
Condolences,
Thank you.
prayers.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it, brother. So anyway, my son told him he's going to start August the 1st. My question was then, because again, I didn't know none of this was going on because I'm not in charge of any of that. You know what I'm saying? All I knew was he signed up. I didn't know that he said he's going to start on the 1st. I didn't know none of that. But guess who did know? Guess who was checking the roster every single day? He was checking the roster every day. Bill was. Bill was checking the roster every day because you can see it's apparent. And again, I learned this after that whole conversation with Bill. I didn't think about Bada, didn't know nothing about Bada, didn't know no details about Bada, didn't know how they operate, didn't know nothing about it outside of what Bill was saying. And then since then, I educated myself, and now I know what I know, and I know that Bill knew exactly when Brian was going to be enrolled in Bada, and he knew it on the 10th, the 11th, the 12th, the 13th, the 14th, the 15th, the 16th, the 17th, and on the 18th, he decided to make a big deal. I do know that too. Bill was just looking for something to put out there. All right. They did test my son about 2 days after he made the So my question for anybody who had any questions about was he clean, what he had to hide, where's the apology? Where's he had nothing to hide. Okay, well, yeah, we understand that he wanted to go on vacation. Simple as that. But bottom line, it is basic. It was really nothing. Again, we didn't think nothing about Bada because if you ain't a drug cheater, you ain't committing no crimes, you ain't thinking nothing about it. It's only people who worried about it. That's you know what I'm saying. It's only people that worry about it who got something to invest in. And we don't care nothing about that. My son ain't on nothing. You feel what I'm saying? Is Big gonna come out and tell the public that when he come back negative? Okay, well, yeah, he took the test, he was negative. Is he gonna tell his fans that? I sincerely doubt it. I just wanted to come stay some fast, man. I'm gonna holler at y'all later on. All right.
Man, salute to you. Hey, prayers
Okay.
up to you, Senior,
Thank you.
for
I
sure,
appreciate it, big
man.
dog.
For sure.
All right, say. Okay.
All right, fam.
There you have it.
Hey, like I said, there's always two sides. There was the Bill side as well. You know, y'all. Like I
Bill
said,
signed Fugazi, though, Pat Hacker, bro. It's been
but
exposed. That's
you have to,
Fugazi.
even if you don't believe somebody's side, you still have to take everybody's side into account, right? That's all I'm saying. I never said that Brian Norman didn't say that. I'm saying from Bill's perspective, from what I got from Bill saying that they had somehow like talked about it and they were supposed to have already done it. That's what I got from that.
Man, he already knew. Man, all right.
Hey, that's all I'm saying. There's two sides to every story. But when it's accounting, so people only account for what Brian Norman said. That's all I'm saying on that topic. Obviously, the brother was there; he's a big part of the party, so I'm not gonna argue against him. But it still stands to say that we also have to hear the other party side to know what really went on.
Nah, bro. It ain't nothing to believe on Bill's side due to the fact that everything's been exposed, Hacker. Like the man making phone calls, trying to see what's going on with the Normans behind the scenes, etc., and everything. He know when they testing and all of that shit. Like they know everything, bro.
That's like you being in court and say, "Hey, we don't need to listen to the defendant's side." We already know what the accuser said. Like, come on, guys. It's two sides to every
Shit,
story.
you Hacker, you got to understand. Do you hear any pushback from the Haneys on what Brian Norman Sr. and Junior is saying? Though they're
As
not
of right
pushing
now, I
back on
mean, Bill
anything they're
Hayes.
saying.
Wait a minute. Well, as of right now, no, because Bill Hayes not here. What do you mean?
No,
Like in
I'm just
general?
saying that. I mean, Bill Haney, he got a phone. He can hop on Twitter. Him and
They were
Devin,
so
they
they
can
were
hop on
arguing.
Instagram and
They
say,
were
have
arguing.
pushback on what they want to say. But they have not had no pushback for us. Brian Norman Sr. and Junior exposing them for being some fucking fraud throughout this whole
I
process
don't.
going up to
You
the
can't say it
fight.
because they've been arguing back and forth. So obviously, there's some kind of pushback happening. If they have no pushback, there wouldn't be an argument to begin with.
It ain't
You
no
understand?
pushback right now.
Because they're not here.
It ain't about them being here. I'm talking about
I
pushback
mean,
forums just in general. Like I said, they have a
whenever you have Bill,
phone, bro. They
right?
they
To be
can get
fair,
on the Twitter like they always do and tweet out
yeah,
everything,
yeah.
bro.
And to be fair, whenever you have Bill Hayne here and you bring it up, let's see if he has pushback. Because right now he's not here to say that it didn't happen, right? Or it did happen. You try to say there's no pushback. Of course, the person's not here to push it back. But every time Brian Norman Sr. and Bill Hayne have been on live together, they argued. So obviously they both feel they're in the right. So we have to hear both people's side to really know, right? That's all I'm saying.
Well, public perspective, everybody feel like and look at the Haney's right now on how they've been moving from start on up until now.
Yeah.
Right now, it looks like them boys is nervous about this fight in reality right now. That's how it looks to the public.
Well, so let's clarify the public, right? When you say the public, so certain people, not all people feel that way. Because one thing you have to keep in mind, Bill Haney and Devin have been pushed in 365 testing pre Brian Norman Jr. fight. This is not like
They
some
wasn't doing this with
anomaly.
Jose. They wasn't doing this with Jose Ramirez Hacker. Come
But
on
this
now.
is
We
what this
all
is
know
the
that.
thing
No,
though. This is the thing. This is the thing,
Oh,
Hacker, that she's not
what
saying.
said? What two
No,
cents?
wait.
What?
Cam J,
Just
one
just
question.
because
Hold on. Let two cents go.
Go ahead.
just because like Tay said, right? If I say I don't want to do nothing outside of the 8 weeks, I'm not doing anything wrong. I don't have to acquiesce to you because you got cheated. Like that don't mean you get to run around and bossing people around and telling them to do this, and then you all on Twitter, yeah, do as you told. Like that's the stuff right there, Boxing Hacker, that makes things look suspicious and make Bill and Devin look some type of way. Because all of that was unnecessary. Like Tay said, you could have called these people on the phone. Like the need for this attention and this sympathy. Like, are you the victim or are you a villain? You can't get
Right.
on here like a villain telling people you gonna do this and you gonna do that. Then get mad when the energy returns back to you because you associated with Victor Conti and that his association with Vada and all that shit is suspicious to a lot of people with very good reason. but then you want to cry and complain when that type of attention gets back on you. No, you either a villain or you're a victim. You're not going to be running around here trying to punk people into doing what you want them to do because Ryan Garcia cheated you. I've agreed to 8 weeks of testing, or I've agreed to additional 8 weeks of testing, and then you want another 2 weeks of testing? No, we're not going to act like that shit Bill did was cool. We're not going to act like it's acceptable because you're not going to keep running around here doing this every fight. Or fights that you feel like people might be a threat so you can make up excuses later. Like, no, it's just not cool. And everybody that's saying that shit is cool, y'all only saying that because it's Devin. If any other fighter was doing this, y'all would have criticisms about it just like we do. Period.
Because that's not you when Floyd and Pacquiao.
Don't say nothing about Floyd. He not Floyd. He not Floyd. He not Floyd.
Hold on. When they went to the Olympic boxing ordeal, I was like, and Pacquiao was like, "Hey, I'm scared of needles," but the dude had tattoos. I said, "That's weird. Like, what's the big deal?" People were saying the same thing then. They were like, "Oh, he doesn't have to bow down to Floyd." They were saying the exact same argument that you're saying right here, right now. Pacquiao does not have to bow
Devin
down.
is not Floyd.
I never said he was, but they went through a similar ordeal.
It's not similar.
The only difference is it wasn't like a agreement. But as far
the
as
only difference was it was Floyd Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao.
No. So people were saying the exact same argument that you're making right now. To say there's nothing wrong with testing. You act like we're testing some demonic thing. There's nothing wrong with testing.
No, we're not.
Yeah, like
no, we're not.
Weaponized testing. He's like,
he is.
No, what is testing? You're just testing.
Exactly. So then he should be happy with the 8 weeks of testing. Is just testing.
Actually, testing. Floyd won Olympic style testing. Right?
I don't want to hear about Floyd, bro. He's not Floyd.
They were saying the same thing. He should be happy with anything. No. If they want, there's no big deal. Just test. Get it over with.
They are testing. They testing for 8 weeks.
Let me get Shawa in here, man. Shawa, hold on, Hacker. Hold on. Let me get Shawa in here. Shawa, what's good with you?
Salute, and thank you for letting me on the panel.
Salute.
Shout out to my young bro, Tay, and shout out to Senior for pulling up on suckers. Quick to pull up on suckers because, look, from the very beginning, it's funny that Boxing Hackers up here doing this because the simple fact that the thing you're talking about, you are doing. You believe every word that's coming out of Bill's mouth like it's the hallelujah gospel. You're not weighing information. And from the very beginning, Bill was talking about contracts and all this stuff. And he was exposed then on the Boxing Voice, talking about contracts. There wasn't even no contract signed yet. And then who popped up on the Boxing Voice but Turkey saying 8 weeks is all I require. Bill never put in their so-called contract that there was going to ever be an extra 16, actually 18 weeks of testing. This is why he got up there and put up an ultimatum. You got 24 hours or we pulling out the fight. Well, Negro, that's on you. You were supposed to dot your I's, cross your T's, and put that in the contract. He didn't. Therefore, they had an agreement in New York. You can't just believe either side. You have to actually listen to both and weigh information. That's all I'm saying. Instead of just coming up here and saying people are just believing anything, you are too. Bill's been lying, and I used to be a huge supporter of Devin. I was out here arguing people and leaving channels behind Devin. And yes, this took it to open my eyes that Bill, in this fight at least, he's been capping big time, acting like he's running stuff, and it's not him. It's not his money. It is Turkey, period. Bill ain't running nothing. They can dictate this VADA stuff because in order to do that, you have to fight Devin. That's it. Bill ain't running nothing but his mouth, trying to get ahead of his lies, and it's crazy because I really used to rock with Bill like that, and I can't do it no more. Not after this.
But Shawa, one thing you're missing, right? You said they signed a.
But let me say something real quick to Shawa, because let me say this real quick. I'm gonna let you go, Boxing Hacker. All I want to say is, if Turkey came on and said he all 8 weeks is all he requires, how is 16 weeks already in the agreement if Turkey only paying for 8?
Exactly. That's why I wanted to point out to Shawa. So I hope Brian Norman Senior, if you're still here, please jump on. If I'm wrong,
Boxing Hacker, you wrong. Ain't nobody finna jump on.
Brian Norman Senior said that Turkey said 8 weeks. They said they agreed to 16 weeks. So when you say in the agreement it was only 8 weeks, that's not what Brian Norman Senior is saying.
Okay,
He's
I
saying
just
Nigga,
said
Turkey said it.
I just
Yeah,
said
Turkey
that
said
they
it, but
agreed in New York to
they
do the
agreed. So
extra
and the
testing.
tape we just played said that Brian Norman Senior also said that Turkey only requires 8, but they agreed to 6 double testing. 8
Agreed.
times 2 is
It was
16.
not contractual. They agreed in
That
New York.
I don't know. Well, where's Brian Norman Senior? Let him clarify that.
Let
'cause he
him,
said
because
that.
these are things I asked him personally. Can I
Yeah,
report? So
yeah,
if
because
I'm
the
wrong,
tape
then
that
so
Sam
be
just
it.
played
But this
said
is
that
what
they
I
agreed to
wrote
16.
down that I could report on. So I don't know what else to say. It was
Listen,
a verbal agreement, to my knowledge, that they
verbal
agreed to
agreement.
in New York.
Hold on,
When
Happy,
he
let her
signed
talk.
up for VADA that day, they agreed to the extra testing. And now Bill's like, well, when are y'all gonna start? But it was not on paper, to my knowledge. So I'm not up here capping or nothing, boxing hacker.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're not. I'm just saying that based on what we just watched, it's 16 weeks. That's something that Brian
That was
Norman
agreed to.
and,
He did not say it's on paper. And it may
well,
be now.
agreements are agreements. If he's here to clarify, that'll be great. But agreements
Are there not different types of agreements? You have a contractual agreement that's on paper, and you have
so the
verbal
question.
agreements, right?
If Bill that worried about it, he just don't need to fight him.
So the question becomes: it's not a question of no. It's not a question of Brian Norman's clean or
So,
anything like that. Okay, go ahead.
based on what you did, why? Can they hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
Yeah,
you.
we can.
Shout out, senior.
Go ahead, bro.
Hey, I got your answer. I got your answer. I got your answer. I got your answer. The answer is, hey, what's up? What's up, Shower? The answer is exactly what I said, exactly what everybody keep trying to tell you. The 16 week was agreed to right here on YouTube. It was agreed to right. Can you hear me?
You're right. You're
You're
lagging.
lagging a little bit.
Yeah, you're lagging a little bit. You're hearing us back
Oh,
in
my
time.
bad. Y'all hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you good now.
Y'all hear me now?
Yeah,
Yeah,
go
we
ahead.
hear
All
you
right.
good.
First of all, it was agreed on the box. It was agreed on social media. It was not on YouTube. It was agreed on YouTube. It was not in nobody contract. Just like the 18 weeks, we said, forget it, bro. We ain't gonna give you no reason to run. We ain't gonna give you that. That was agreed to on YouTube. All that was agreed right here on social media and YouTube, whatever else. It was not in the contract. 8 weeks is only in the contract. 8 weeks. Turkey, the man who matters, the man who pays. That's why I said, go tell Turkey that. Because to be honest with you, he wouldn't have did it. I know he wouldn't have did it. I know he would have went and told Turkey that, because then it would have went against what Turkey thought of him. That he put out there and said Devin will fight anybody. It would have went against that. It would have went against the narrative they was trying to put out there for Turkey, that Devin to fight anybody. You feel what I'm saying? Because Turkey would have been like, bro, you a PUSSY. But I'm going to holler at you. To be clear, it was only 8 weeks in the term agreement. There is no contract. It was only 8 weeks in the terms agreements, all right?
But are y'all gonna keep the 16 or are y'all gonna do the 8?
We going to do 18. It don't matter. We already in. We already signed up. The testing don't matter. The testing don't matter. They just looking for a way out to fight. That's it.
Okay.
All right.
That's the move. Be knowing.
Boxing hacker still finna argue.
You still gonna debate? You gonna debate that now, Hacker? Because you can't debate that now, bro. You can. It's no defense.
I'm not gonna. Of course, Brian Norman Senior was there. I'm not going to go against what he's saying, particular, right? I'm just saying. I'm just making a assertion based on what he said. It was 16 weeks. They're gonna fight 16 weeks. You're right, Shawa. It's not in their contract based on Brian Norman, right? But it's a verbal agreement that they have between each other that they're testing for 18 weeks straight.
I'm gonna tell you what, this testing shit is corny for real. And we're not about to deal with this every time Devin Haney got a fight. You want to accuse everybody of cheating. That shit's weird to me.
Can I speak to that real quick before I get
Nobody
off?
accused Brian Norman of cheating.
Yes,
To my
yes, it
recollection,
was.
at least the hands never said. Nobody said Brian Norman's dirty. Nobody
It
said
was publicly insinuated by saying that, well, how come he ain't signing up? This man has been dragged through the mud for suspecting of being a drug cheat. How come you ain't signing up? This man got life things happening, not to mention all the bullying and lies that's been going on. He is a man, he is a human, and he has a right, because it's not on paper. He has a right to say, look, I need a vacation, I need time off. Apparently that vacation was scheduled way before a fight was. And we know the fight was made less than 7 days after he fought. So, you know, it's just funny to me how people be out here riding real hard. But again, people don't ever want to look at both sides. I just want to say thank you, CamJ, for letting me up and giving me a chance to say what I knew to be true or what I understood. But you, Boxing Hacker, I think you should just weigh the information, man. That's all I got to say. Just listen to some interviews and do the math, man. Just
when you say,
you know what? Hold on, Boxing Hacker. Let me say this, because I could see if Brian Norman was connected to a known cheater, was connected to somebody that said that they could easily beat drug testing. It's like taking candy from a baby, and if you fail a drug test, you stupid. I could see if he was connected to somebody that's been known as one of the best cheaters of this era. I could see if he was connected to somebody that was connected to the company that they continuously promote for drug testing. I could see if he had all of those things that somebody could be very, very suspicious of him, but he doesn't. The man get knockouts, and now he's super suspicious. And he's the person that's suspicious of him is the person that's connected to the person that I just described. So make that make sense to me, Boxing.
I'll make it make sense real quick. Bill Haney and Devin never said Brian Norman was dirty. You guys keep insinuating things that they never said. You can say that maybe content creators.
They insinuated it.
That no. They just what they said verbatim is that they wanted them to start testing earlier.
What they're doing is insinuating that the boy is dirty.
No.
Yes, by Bill publicly doing that, it did insinuate. And then saying, how come you won't sign? And then all the little Haney fans came out the woodwork. Well, how come you won't sign it? It's only. This
is absolutely ridiculous. I almost left my damn groceries in the store.
Can I just say one more thing too? You guys are making Devin a freaking victim. He was victimized. Absolutely. I was just talking to Tay about this earlier. Deontay Wilder was a victim at one point, but you don't keep carrying this. Now, in order to fight Devin, again, it's understood you got to sign up to VADA. Fine. If people want to get down with that, fine. But y'all need to quit making a victim out of Devin. And then he turned around and be all up in people's face, bullying and calling them small. That is the problem.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. My boy, my brother Tay, he got to slide real quick, man, for sure, man. Appreciate you coming on today, bro, for sure, man. You already know we're gonna tap in.
No problem, man. Anytime, bro.
What's going on?
You already know, bro. Appreciate you.
No problem. Appreciate you.
Boxing Hacker, bro, you gotta stop being so naive, dog. Like the man already said, like Senior already said that when like that nigga was Bill was sending out text messages and telling motherfuckers to post the shit right after he sent the posted that shit on Twitter, bro. Like, so he knew exactly what he was doing. If he got both of their numbers behind the scenes, why not just reach out to them behind the scenes? So he knew what he was doing by doing that, bro. Like, you trying to be naive to the situation, talk about what he wasn't trying to bully him or do no shit like that, bro. He knew exactly what he was doing, trying to put public pressure on people to do VADA testing, bro.
The fact that you came out publicly and didn't call him should let you know off the rip that that's manipulation, bro.
Yeah. And it's a narrative that they're trying to paint with you asking, just like Senior said, why are you sending these questions to Ness instead of calling us with these questions? He's trying to paint Brian Norman Sr., Brian Norman Jr. in some sort of light as if he has something to hide or as if he is on something simply because he has natural body strength that Devin does not have. That's all it is to it.
So when you say
you cook, Boxing Hacker. You cook.
When you say I'm being, no, I'm not being. I'm just being.
Somebody put Boxing Hacker in the to-go box. He done.
Wait, all I'm saying here, I'm not being naive. I'm being direct. I'm saying what actually happened. You guys are using emotion,
bro. You don't got
like
debunked on every time
some
you don't say
underlying theme to happen. No, I'm saying what actually just happened. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Can we explain?
What actually happened? Paid in full. I'm asking this question: Did Bill Haney say verbatim that Brian Norman Sr. Jr. was on PD.
My nigga, look at the why would he go
don't
public
tell me
if
look
he
at
didn't
anything.
ever
Did he
communicate
say?
that number
Boxing
behind the
hacker.
scenes?
For
That's
somebody
what
who
he
acts
said.
like they're so smart, you ask the dumbest fucking questions
No,
because you know
because
what
y'all, it's
insinuation is. No,
rhetorical.
boxing hacker, be quiet. What does insinuation mean?
Huh? It's
Huh?
basically like he's
What
implying
does
it.
insinuation mean?
He's implying it. That's what. That's what
Okay,
I mean.
so
Yeah.
by asking him, I wonder how long it's going to take him to. It's called subliminal suggestions. Do you know what that means?
It was a direct statement. Though.
Excuse me.
You're using
know
your
what
own interpretation. It's a
subliminal
direct statement.
suggestions mean?
No, here's the difference.
Okay.
I'll give you a
Answer the
different.
question, bro.
Mr. Hacker, do you know what a subliminal suggestion is?
Yes.
Okay, so was that what he was doing when he put on X? I wonder what's taking him so long to sign a provider.
There's no
Devin's
proof of
done it
that.
already.
There's no proof of that.
Okay, you know what,
Yeah.
you're willfully ignorant, and at this point, I don't even know
You
why
guys are
people
using
still allow
emotion.
you
I'm
on their
just
panels.
talking what happened.
I don't
Like you
know.
guys are all
You know,
emotional.
You
about it.
don't know what happened, bro. What are you
Boxing
talking about?
hacker.
What I'm
You're
saying,
not
What you
on
are
the team.
doing,
You
what
guys
you are
are.
doing is cloaking your narrative inside of a guy. It's ridiculous. Listen.
Relax, guys.
You
Relax.
keep
Guys,
talking
put it
about
for a
you
big
trying to
question.
you
Boxing
talking about
hacker.
what?
I don't know why people allow you on their panels, yo, because you only come up here to be contrary
Am
to
I
what everyone
lying?
else says. Even when common sense is right in your damn face, you choose not to use it,
No,
and you choose
you're
to go
using
with
your
a different
interpretation.
interpretation. I'm not
Your
interpreting shit.
interpretation. I'm
I
just
know
saying what
what I saw
happened.
him post. Okay, so Boxing Hacker,
Boxing
answer me this. How long is Vita testing for? Is it 8 weeks or 16 weeks?
Normal testing is 8 weeks.
Okay, so if they acquiesce to 16 weeks, doesn't that mean that they have already conceded to what Bill asked them to do?
Sure.
Okay, so asking for an additional 2 weeks, what is that to you?
What is it? What is this on
No
the
question.
screen right here? Hold on. Let go of the banner. What is this on the screen right here? Read it. Read this for yourself, hacker.
Sure. Here, I'll read for all you guys. Devin Haney is enrolled in Nevada right now. Let's see how long it takes Brian Norman to flex the same energy. Sign up to fight Devin Haney. Sign up drug testing. End of story. We shouldn't give no room for possible PED cycles. Tom doesn't get a head start before chasing Jerry.
Exactly.
Okay.
So what is that insinuating, my nigga?
So Boxing Hacker, I'll ask you again. What does insinuation
Like, come
mean?
on, bro. You really be trying to argue that shit,
What
bro.
does insinuation mean, Boxing Hacker? What does
So,
I'm one of them
insinuation
guys.
mean?
I'm
let
one
me
of them.
let me ask you guys something.
That nigga
So
cooked.
you guys, no. This is funny. This
What
is really
does
funny.
insinuation
So you guys
mean,
are
Boxing
saying that
Hacker?
he's
So
insinuating.
you can read that text and tell me that he does not match the definition of insinuation to a T?
That what
Jab Queen.
he-
Hold on. Boxing hacker. Boxing hacker.
Devin Haney's been saying
Boxing
this
hacker.
for
Hold
a
on.
long
Boxing hacker. Hold on. I haven't said anything. Boxing
Yeah.
hacker, slow down. Come on, man. Just come on. Stop it. Just stop it. You know what you're doing.
Let me ask
No. Let me finish.
Thank
You know what you're
Get him,
doing.
big dog. Get him.
Okay,
You know what you're doing, dude. You know what you're doing. Stop it. You know what the man meant when he did this. You know it.
Let me ask you a question.
You're not talking to. We're not. You're talking to a bunch of dummies.
Let me ask you.
We're
a question.
all adults. We all got jobs. We're not talking to no dummies, dude. Stop it,
Let me
please.
ask you a question, Big Dog Willie. How long has Devin Haney and Bill Haney been pushing extra testing?
Who cares?
Wait.
Not the
Let me ask you a
Who
question.
cares?
Wait.
Boxing
Let's
Hacker, did
figure
he
out
do
the
this
truth.
with Jose Ramirez? Did he do this with Jose Ramirez?
I
No,
didn't
the fuck he
ask
did.
that question. Let me answer my question first. How long, Big Dog Willie, has Devin? Was it after
I'm glad
Brian
you
Norman
asked
or
that
before?
question. I'm so glad you asked that
Was
question
it
because then I
after
got
or
another
before?
question for you.
Boxing hacker. That's not it, here or near or there. This what the problem is. It's Bill pushing. That's he pushing a narrative. He's saying a man is cheating without saying it. You know what he's doing. You know what he's doing.
And you
It
read
doesn't
the shit, bro.
matter.
He literally just read the shit. And if that wasn't the case, then why he didn't hit the niggas up behind the scenes, bro? He didn't have to go public with that shit.
They do things in public. Is
Man,
that
get the
what
fuck
you're
out of
accusing?
here, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
that's what
shit,
they
bro.
do. I don't
All
understand.
right, I can't do this no more. All right, you
I
gotta
can't
take
do
care.
it either. All right, Cam.
Little
Thank you,
bit,
baby.
dog.
All right, Cam, I gotta go. I can't be bothered with this shit.
I'm just
Yeah,
saying,
I'm hopping off
Hacker,
too.
bro.
I'm out.
Yeah, I'm out, bro.
Man, you guys get so emotional, man. Bye, guys.
Nah, bro, you be tripping, my nigga.
Why? Because I don't agree with you guys. Listen, it's a perspective thing. If you feel like it's an underlying theme, that's your perspective. All I'm saying is what happened. They never publicly came out and said, "Hey, Brian Norman's cheating. We think he's cheating." They never said any of that. They said they want extra testing. They've been saying that even before this fight, after Ryan Garcia, they say, hey, we need extra testing. They've been talking about extra testing for a long time. Am I surprised they asked for more testing? No, because they've been doing it for a long time, pre Brian Norman Jr. Fight. So that's
I
all.
don't understand how you still defending this right here, bro. For real, after everything's been said, all the facts has been laid down today. Since you've been on here about this shit, you're still defending this shit. This is some of the nastiest work I've seen from any Haney fan, bro, ever. This is crazy. Hacker, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Why? Oh, the thing about y'all guys with y'all Haney fans, y'all defend this man so strong, so strong. Why would you defend a man that literally told Brian Norman Jr. talking about fuck your mama when his mother just passed literally for stage 4 breast cancer? And y'all talk about the whole black father great thing. That ain't no black father shit, bro. What are we talking about?
Comes to people's mothers and stuff, I don't have no opinion on that. Okay, don't because I agree on certain things doesn't mean I agree.
That's what I'm saying though. Like y'all, like the thing is, this my thing, Hacker. This my thing. Yeah. You've seen Bill Haney and Devin Haney lie time after time after time after time, and you still trying to pick up their tracks time after time after time.
Time after time. Lie about what?
They lied out a whole bunch of shit. We don't even got to sit here and name it, but clearly in this particular situation, they was over here trying to big dog motherfucking the Normans and try to play like they was the villains, and then they playing victim in the same fucking role. It don't work like that. You can't be the villain and then want to play victim. It don't work like that.
So here's the thing. You guys are taking a lot of these statements, right? All I'm taking is that this guy asked for extra testing. That's all I'm taking from it. You may get another underlying theme. That's your perspective. That's fair. All I'm taking is, hey, this from what I read, he's asking for extra testing. That's literally what I'm getting from this. As far as the whole Bill Haney, they've been lying time and time again. CamJ, I'll ask you this question. I've always brought this up. Even if you feel like a person lies 100 times, does that mean they're incapable of telling the truth? Let me ask you that question.
So okay, some people tell the truth. But the thing is, with Bill Haney and them, they tell the truth when they want to tell the fucking truth. They pick and choose when they want to tell the truth. They're the same guys that literally said like they offered Shakur Stevenson a contract when Bob Earl was on record saying that it was never no contract offer. They're the same guys that literally was sitting there putting up tank mugshots and shit, spreading a whole bunch of propaganda to literally spread like they doing currently right now. You see all the LDBC channels right now. You see all about bro. You see all the LDBC channels what they doing right now. All of them covering Tank. They don't even cover Devin over there, damn near. And they supposed to be covering fucking Devin. I'm just saying all of it's been Bill Haney is getting exposed as the fraud he fucking is currently right now. And it's getting laid out, and it's looking more crazy for you to be a Devin Haney fan and continue to defend this shit from panel to panel. It looks insane.
Wait. Because you go a little bit too far. And like I said,
I'm saying it looks insane. It looks insane that you're defending Bill Haney when literally Bill Haney and Devin Haney is the biggest fucking frauds in boxing currently right now, and you're defending these guys from channel to channel every day on a daily basis. It looks crazy.
Because
you should be tired of doing this shit. Because these niggas been taking L's after L's since the Ryan fight. They've been getting they ass whooped in the fucking media since Ryan Garcia beat that ass. That's just the simple fact of it.
After cheating, yes.
After cheating, okay, Amir Khan got beat up and he was on fucking Oscar. So the fuck what?
Should it be legal?
So the fuck what?
Because somebody wins. So
the fuck what? Y'all crying whoop. That's the thing. Y'all, y'all Haney fans. This is the thing about y'all, bro. Y'all motherfuckers literally, y'all Haney fans react off of fucking Devin Haney and Bill. All of y'all talking points come from Devin Haney and Bill. So when you come up here to talking to a motherfucker that know all your talking points beforehand, it's not gonna fucking work ever.
My talking points don't come from by myself, but
it comes from straight to bro. You quote Bill Haney and Devin Haney in every talking point you fucking
If I
have,
do, I cite
hacker.
them. If I do, I cite them. I don't just quote people. But here's the thing. I'll put it to you like this, right? Are you done? You want me to respond, or you want to continue?
Go ahead, just say
Yeah.
that. Just say
Okay.
it,
So here's
bro.
the thing, right? You in your feelings, right? In your emotions, you feel like Devin Haney and Bill lie a lot. They do this, they lie. How can you believe them? I pose this question to you, and I can ask the question a different way. Just because you don't see somebody lie doesn't mean they're incapable of lying. Just because you don't see somebody telling the truth doesn't mean, I mean, just because you don't see somebody telling the truth doesn't mean they're incapable of lying. Just because you never see somebody stop lying doesn't mean they're not incapable of it. To say that everything is case by case basis. So like when you want to like analyze a situation, you have to be fair to both parties, even if you feel the other party is disingenuous for any reason. Because at the end of the day, both parties have equal amount opportunity to lie and tell the truth. And that's how I look at things. I don't just look at things based on previous experience of what he did with Tank or what he did with this. No, that's not how that works. Because at that point, you're just gonna be, every time something happens, you just say it's Bill and Devin's fault, which is practically what happens most times. You know,
So
as
you
far
basically
as
saying so you saying basically so if the motherfuckers they it's 10 things that they're talking about and
yeah,
say these motherfuckers lie
yeah,
eight times out of the 10.
yeah.
So it makes myself I have to believe them if they gonna lie if they
I
tell
never
the
said
truth
that.
twice.
No, I never said
If
that.
they
So
tell the truth, if they tell the truth twice out of 10 times, I'm supposed to
no. I'm
believe
not
them on
saying
what they
that either.
say.
I'm not saying that either. What I'm saying is
That's
this.
basically what you was just saying to
No.
me.
Let me make an easy question, right? Easy question to you. This is a true or false question. Okay. If you know me, right, and I've always told you the truth, right, Cam J? This is a question to you. And I've always told you the truth, Cam J. Does that mean I'm incapable of lying? Yes or no? You've known me all your life. I've always told you the truth. Does that mean it's impossible for me to lie?
What is your point with this question, Boxing Hacker?
It's a rhetorical question to mean that anybody can tell the truth or lie at any given time, regardless of any inductive reasoning that you have from past experience. Everybody has so whenever you look at a situation, it has to be case by case basis. You can't just base off your previous bias of what happened in the past. No, you have to look at the situation.
So here's the thing, Boxing Hacker, with this whole situation and your whole logic, right, and your whole talking point, it's mute actually, because almost everything that Bill Haynes. So if you're known more for lying than telling the truth, isn't it more likely that anything you say to me is a lie than it is true?
No, it's still 50-50, right?
No, it's not. And you know what? The fact that you believe that further lets me know that you're not a realistic person. You don't use logic, and everything that you say is coming from a premise of Bill being honest. So that right there lets me know that you're not an honest person, nor are you willing to listen to honest people, nor are you willing to even use deductive reasoning to come to a conclusion on your own. Everything out of your mouth is, from what Bill said, and you talk about other people not analyzing another part of the situation. That is exactly what you do all of the time. You go around talking about what Bill said, what Bill said, what Bill said. Boxer Hacker, let me ask you a question. What do you think is going on? When Bill posted something like that online talking about PEDs, what did you take it to mean? Not from Bill's perspective, from yours. What do you think?
Okay, let me clarify one thing. You said I don't use deductive reasoning. No, you guys are using inductive reasoning. I'm using deductive reasoning. That's the difference.
You guys can you answer my question? What does this mean to you?
No, let's clarify this because it's important. Why just
no. Fuck all the word spaghetti, Boxing
anyway,
Hacker. What does this text mean to you? When he asked about the PDs, what does that mean to you?
Sure, I can
Not
answer
coming
that.
from Bill's point of view,
sure,
from yours.
From my point of view. So from my point of view, they are trying to push more testing. That's what I got from this. That's all I got from this. They're trying to get reasons why they want more testing. They're pushing more testing.
You know what? You're wasting my time and my brain.
Because I don't agree with you.
Cam,
is that why?
I thought you said you wanted to go over the card.
Yeah, here's the problem. I can hear you out.
We gonna get to running this recap for these
points. Ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous.
Because I don't agree with you, you're upset. Why? It's
not that you don't agree with me, Boxing Hacker. I disagree with people plenty all the time on my own panel, on several other panels. But you know what? We can always come to some sort of reasoning, right? Some sort of explanation. But you can't even be fucking honest about anything.
I'm being honest.
How do you know I'm not honest? Annoys me the most about
How do you know I'm not
You're
honest?
Never honest.
If you felt I wasn't honest, why'd you ask me the question to begin with?
No, why do you pop your ass up on everybody
nobody's
You see
paying
how that
for all
works?
the
It's
goddamn
bad
time.
logic. You wanted my opinion, but when I state my opinion, now I'm dishonest.
Because you know
Then
what,
why
Boxer Hacker,
was that
that's not
rhetorical
your
that you were
opinion.
asking me?
They're pushing more testing. Yeah, that's a lovely way
That's
to
what they've been
spin them
doing.
niggas is trying to create
That's
a
what they've
narrative.
been doing. Hey, Cam J, is this the first time you ever heard Devin and Bill talk about doing more testing? Yes or no?
Yes, it is.
Is this the first time you ever heard it?
They never had. They
They
never
never
said
talked about
anything to Jose Ramirez. They didn't say nothing to
They never
Ryan
said
Garcia
none of
leading up
that.
to the fight. They haven't said anything to nobody.
Well, that's fine. I've heard them talk about testing, especially post Ryan Garcia fight.
Maybe in your mind, Hacker, but literally,
No,
you talking to you talk literally, Hacker. I need you to
I literally
listen.
saw
Listen. I need you to listen.
post that.
I need hold on, Hacker. I need you to listen. Listen to me.
Yeah.
Myself, I'm a person that I watch everything, bro, pertaining to boxing. I'm on Twitter, I'm on YouTube all fucking day. I'm on Facebook and Instagram all day. I see literally every damn thing from the past fucking 4 or 5 years since I've been covering boxing heavy, doing content.
Yes.
Far as in particular from these guys, from the Haney's, they have never in their fucking life, in their career, talked about testing on fighters. You show me a
Never.
clip or show me a tweet where they have, and then we can have that discussion.
I
Because
mean,
there's no reason to continue to have a discussion
there were
that
multiple
we
tweets.
all know. Everybody that's in this chat, me, you, and Jad Queen Boxing, we all know that they have never pressured anybody about doing no damn drug testing.
Oh, he
Come
saw
on, we got you being
And more
too
importantly than that,
dishonest,
you
bro,
do it
with
to
No,
this
no,
you
no,
shit.
no,
do
no,
it to
Cam J,
somebody
Just
that
to
looks like
defend
you,
these
bro.
motherfuckers,
You
bro.
do it to
I
somebody that
never say
looks
anything
just
about
like
pressure. I
you.
said, have they
You
talked
do it
about
to
more
somebody that
testing?
looks like
That's
you. You
different.
didn't do it to
I never
Jose
say
Ramirez. You
pressure.
do it to somebody that looks like you. That's the fucking worst part about it.
You do it to somebody that looks like you. What are you talking about? What? Brian Noor and Devin don't look the same. What are we talking
Boxer
about?
Hacker, you can't be that
Anyway,
fucking
listen.
stupid. You know I'm talking about black. You can't be this
Oh, the race
fucking
car.
dumb, yo.
It's
You
a race
can't
car
be.
thing.
It's
Okay, I'm sorry.
impossible.
I didn't know. I thought you said they look like twins. I don't get it.
This
Cam
nigga
J,
right
Cam
here
J.
is
All I'm
cut him.
saying is
I
this.
can't do this. I gotta fucking
All
leave.
right, bro. All right,
Cam J.
Hager, bro. If you
No, no,
gonna stay on the recap, we gonna recap these fights now. We can move on from this shit because it ain't going nowhere with you, Hacker. You gonna continue to defend these
There's a
motherfuckers,
difference
you know what
in
I'm
opinions.
saying? And there's no reason to continue this whole fucking conversation on because there's no reason for you to even defend these motherfuckers. Brian Norman Sr. have been on here, Tate
Yeah, but
Jones is
there's
on
two
here,
sides.
Shavo was on here, all the people with the facts, with the information was on here today. Like, and you're still trying to defend this shit. Like, it's fucking insane.
If you're in court, right, do you just have the one side or do you need both sides to hold the case? Like, what are we talking about? There's two sides. Fine. You can say I agree more towards the Devin side, right? You can say that. And you guys agree more to the Brian Norman side. There's nothing wrong with that. You guys realize that, right? But it doesn't change the fact there are two sides to that story. They're just two sides, you know. As far as what what y'all's interpretation of like tweet is, you guys can have that interpretation. I'm not saying that hey, your interpretation is wrong. You guys are crazy. You guys are being disingenuous. I'm not saying that. You know, you're free to have that interpretation. I'm just saying, based on what I'm reading, I don't get that interpretation, especially based on the fact that they've been talking about 365. You know, this is not the first time they talked about more testing. So to me, I don't get that same inclination that you do.
So, Boxer Hacker, did you hear this? Did you hear this conversation with Jose Ramirez? Did you see any of these tweets with Jose Ramirez? Yes or no?
I don't know what happened. So to clarify, no, I didn't know much about him and Jose Ramirez's contract agreement. To be honest with you,
why is that? Why do you think that is?
Yeah, I didn't hear nothing. So I don't know do you know what's on their contract?
Why do you think that is?
I don't know what's on their contract. I don't know.
Why do you think you didn't hear anything about Jose Ramirez?
Maybe because they didn't have a disagreement online.
Why do you think that is?
Because they didn't have a disagreement online. That's why. I don't remember them even talking online together, like Brian Norman and Bill.
But I thought you said that's what they do.
They do post things publicly, yes.
But they didn't do it with Jose Ramirez.
Yeah, that's a good question. I didn't see it, but
that's interesting.
Yeah, so that's final right there, bro. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's good, Hacker.
I didn't see it. Doesn't mean anything.
You barbecue chicken today. It's okay, man. You live to fight another day.
Oh my God.
You live to fight another day. You know what I'm saying? But let's move forward and let's recap these fights. Anybody else would have come on? We recapping the fights now. You know what I'm saying? let's talk about the fights from last night. We can.
Look, I done parked, child. The heck done made me park in the middle of the damn street. Let me get this
Hey,
food in the
man,
house and I'm
go
gonna
get a
come back
ticket,
up.
Jeffrey.
All right, sis. All right.
Go ahead.
So, man. So let's get started with the fights from last night, just in general. And let me pull it up. Let me pull it up. So what's the first one? So the first one we can talk about is the Tony Harrison joint, man. Tony Harrison, he won last night. He got the dub, but it was looking shaky. It
It
was
was looking
definitely
real
looking
shaky,
shaky.
right? Yeah.
It was looking real shaky. I'm gonna
Yeah, I
show
was
a
in
video
between
clip
them.
of it right here.
He did not like that one bit as Harrison's letting his fist fly here. The knife, and he got clipped clean. Down goes Harrison.
It's the ninth round that always comes back and bites Harrison in the butt. For some reason, he loses focus in this round 9.
Stay right here.
And he was just going with that long flurry, and I think he got distracted.
Yeah, it was looking shit. I mean, was it Tony Harrison or was it the opponent? The opponent came to fight for real, so it might have just been the opponent was just tough.
Yeah, Tony Harrison, he got the dub. He won by unanimous decision. I thought last night with Tony, like, pretty much, he controlled the fight pretty much. He was winning the fight. It took him, like, literally the first 3 rounds to really get warmed up and get in his groove 100%, coming back from, the loss that he had with Tim Tszyu in recent timing. But this was his first fight at 160 right here. And I ain't gonna say it was an okay performance. It wasn't nothing crazy. He got clipped in the ninth round. I don't know what's up with him because previous time he done got clipped in the ninth round by Charlo and Tim Tszyu. So I don't know what's up with Tony Harrison and in the ninth round in particular, man. But that was his first fight on Salida Promotions last night at 160. He got the job done, but yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think Tony, as far as him coming back in the fold and trying to be one of them guys at 160 and be one of the top guys, I don't know so much about that for real,
Yeah,
honestly, in my opinion. What you think, Hacker?
I agree. I don't see him like A level almost. Like I mean, he's a name. He's a good name. He's a good fighter, good boxer. I feel like the guy. I mean, those first couple of rounds, I thought Tony was about to get slept in his first couple of rounds because that guy came out swinging for the fences. But and like I mean, to Tony's like to regard like he really came back and was starting to box beautiful. Like he was putting combinations together. You know, but do I see him being like a top level fighter? Not from what I saw. I don't think so. I'm never gonna count another man out, but not from that fight. I can't tell. I think it was a good hurrah. I mean, I don't really know much about the opponent, but yeah, not from that fight.
Facts, facts. Yeah, it was just an okay performance last night. I wasn't expecting so much out of Tony coming back for real from a little long layoff from the Tim Tszyu loss. But glad that he got the win in front of his crowd last night in Detroit, man. It was a amazing crowd up there in Detroit last night for sure. For him, he brought out a lot of people for sure. So definitely good fight for him coming back for sure. And we can get to talk about the quote, man. The quote, man. She won
Salute.
last night. What I'm saying? She got the dub. She looked sharp last night, and I got a little
You got that
clip
shit.
from the quote from last night putting in work.
Beautiful shot right there. That left hook, if it would have landed a little bit farther down the jaw, it would have been a lot more damage. But that right hand landed cleanly. Daniels took that shot well, but she got it on an angle. Notice that Shields caught a little angle, didn't stay squared up. And
Salute to Claressa, man. She beat the brakes off. But one thing I'll say about that, Cam? People have always been pushing this, like Tom and Jerry, do we need this no running rule? I think yesterday proves that fighters, yes, people can do like excessive movement because that's what happened in that fight. Like for the first few rounds, it looked like the girl was trying to tire out Claressa by like circling.
Yeah,
But Claressa always caught her. She always caught up to her. And this is an argument I even had with what's his name, Showbiz. I was like, Showbiz had made this comment that if fighters don't want to get caught, they won't get caught. No, it's always the opponent's job to make an adjustment, make it happen. Claressa made it happen. Regardless, Claressa won even the rounds that she was quote unquote off running. she was able to catch her and lay paws on her. So, man, Carissa's nice, man. I don't know. I think Layla Ali is doing the right thing by staying away from that girl.
Yeah, man. With Clarissa, I mean, I felt like she got the job done. She did what I expected of her. Now I know she was definitely fishing, wanted to get that knockout last night in front of her
Right.
crowd and everything. So I totally understand it. But oh, girl, she was game. Like she was game, even though she was skating around there, the first couple of rounds and shit from Clarissa and everything, staying away from her. But she Clarissa, one thing I wanted her to do early in that fight, with her running around, go to that body. Like, go to that body and wear her down. You feel me? Like, go to that body, wear her down, and, it just, make her stay put after a while. But one thing I noticed that was real crafty of Clarissa last night, as, she was trying to, make her engage by her leaning on the ropes and stuff last night and trying to, allow her to, give out some punches, take some punches so she can give out some punches for her because she know that the girl Laney was real, real cautious on really engaging with her for real. So she found ways to make her engage last night, which was, real crafty on her behalf, you know what I mean? And, show some grit as far as her doing so. But definitely, with Clarissa, I know she was fishing for that knockout last night. She didn't get to get that knockout, but you know what I'm saying? It was an overall shutout performance from her. She ain't lose a round at all. You know what I'm saying? And now you got a lot of shit with Clarissa, like, what's next? Last night she ended up announcing after the fight that she's officially a free agent now. Not leaving Salida Promotions, but she announced last night after the fight that she's gonna be a free agent and that she was working with Salida Promotions for 10 years and everything. So news right there with Clarissa right here becoming a free agent. And now from what I'm hearing, I'm hearing that she may not sign with another company. She may still do some work with Salida Promotions. Salute to my brother Elder Boxing for sure. That's my brother that mentioned it earlier on his show this morning. And Clarissa, everybody's talking about, what's next for Clarissa? What's the fights out there for Clarissa right now? And
Yeah.
of course, Shadeja Green, she called her out recently, after her fight against Savannah Marshall a couple weeks ago, and this was her after the fight last night. And then she showed some love, saying great fight, Shadeja Green, right there after Clarissa Shields after the fight last night. And one interesting thing last night though, I wanted to show y'all too though. So last night Franchon Cruz Dezern, she was at the fights last night. And this was a tweet that she made last night after the fight saying that I agreed to come to Detroit for one reason, and that's to lock in a rematch with Shields. And I feel like games are being played. Waste of time. And I have a show today for my other business, Corny as fuck. And
That's strange.
so then, this guy right here on Twitter, he comes up on here and he says he has his tweet talking about Carissa, she be ducking Shields. He tagged her name talking about Carissa out here acting like a straight papoose, and that title defense, it was ring around the rosy in that motherfucker, but I was supposed to watch a movie about this girl life. I'd rather do jail time. But then Cruz's earned, she responds to him like, no, we won't do that. You have to chill. She has accomplished so much and is legit. This new boxing shit is weird, and she has the heart of a lion. I respect her. We both had to walk similar paths to greatness. My sentiment is about the situation in its entirety. This new boxing shit is weird.
Okay.
So,
That
salute
makes
to my brother Dan McQueen. What's good, bro? I see you in the building, man. To recap these fights with us, man. Good looking, bro.
that makes more sense because I remember her and Franchon were really close friends, like super close, So I wouldn't think that Franchon would talk down Clarissa, but now she's saying it's not about Clarissa, you know, which makes more sense. I think the whole thing about her leaving her current promotion club, I think she's gonna try to make that fight under a Jake Paul. I think that's what's her next. Shadeja Green is the only person she hasn't beaten, right? Her and Franchon fight again, it'll be a good fight. I mean, Clarissa will beat her again, I think. But her and Shadeja is probably I think Shadeja is literally the last person standing against her supremacy at this point. I don't think there's any other woman that can beat Claressa at this moment. The woman that can beat Claressa may not be in boxing at this moment or in pro boxing at this moment. That's what I think.
All right, so what's good, Amber Queen, man? What you think about Claressa last night, man? On the performance last night, and right here you got Cruz Zern. She was hoping to lock in a rematch, possibly with Claressa last night. She was there at the fights, and then of course Shadeja Green, her name in the mix as well.
I thought Claressa did what she could with what she had in front of her. Daniels, I was very impressed with her defensive spots, but for the most part, she didn't really come to engage. So there was a little bit of the ring around the rosy that gentleman was alluding to, but that's all right. I mean, using your legs is a part of boxing. The only thing that it really made me upset about was the fact that we get these 2-minute rounds of women's boxing. I'm like, damn, I can only imagine if we had an extra minute and then these ladies can figure some things out and set things up. I mean, 10 2-minute rounds, that's 20 minutes.
For real. I hated in women's boxing with the 2 minutes. Man, I for real do. Like I really feel like they deserve 3 minutes to put that work in, man. Like the men. Like I feel like, give them that equal treatment.
Yep. I mean, you clinch 2 times. They clinch 2 times and half the round is gone, it feels like. I'm like, damn.
I mean, I guess they don't. I guess they don't want the women to go out like the men do. Men sometimes end up with like being punch drunk and shit. They ain't trying to have that be on a woman. That's why I think. Like it's for women's safety at that point. But yeah, equality, right?
So if it were about safety, then they wouldn't be boxing at all. They're still in there getting punched. They're still in there
taking shots.
And not only just taking shots, but also we got to take preparation into account. Carolyn Dubois, she did a fantastic interview with Seconds Out about 10 months ago. And she talked about, her hormonal balance being compromised when cutting weight and how it affects her menstrual cycle and all this other stuff. So these women, they're putting their bodies on the line just like the men are, not just in the ring, but in preparation as well. So, I mean, at the very least, let them go out there and showcase their talent to the best of their ability.
Yeah, I can see that. No, definitely. I mean, if they can, that'll be good. But one thing about shorter rounds means there's more action too. So give or take balance at that point. Because if it's sort of like the amateurs. Like if you have less time, you have to let your hands go to keep scoring because you don't have that much time. When you have more time, you have to pick your shots because you have to conserve your stamina.
Yeah, but then you also have a situation like we had last night where Lonnie Daniels did so much moving. By the time Claressa was able to locate her, now the round is pretty much over. It's like
True.
It's done.
Very true.
They clinched 1 or 2 times. A lot of the clock is being eaten up.
Both Claressa and Amanda Serrano have been asking for 3-minute rounds, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, hey, if they want to go through, I see no problem with it.
Yeah, you see this right here, franchise, Shadeja Green, Hannah Gabriel. Salute to my brother Dank, father in the building, man. What y'all think about these names in particular? Those are the names that's out there.
Claressa beat 2 out of 3 already.
Right.
Yeah, the franchise and Hannah are just rematches. So losses. They're trying to revenge their losses. And it wasn't like they were close. I think they both lost. But did they both drop Claressa?
No, just Hannah Gabriel.
Just Hannah. Okay.
Hannah. Yeah, Hannah did.
Yeah, those are the fight to make is her versus Shadeja. Her and Shadeja were close too. I don't know, they had some weird history as well, but yeah, that fight can be made. I think that'll be a good fight for Claressa, and I think Claressa should probably just retire. I mean, she says she's about to have a baby or anything and all that stuff, so maybe after she beats Shadeja, she just call it for now because she's done everything that she needs to do. She's done everything in boxing but lose. That's the only thing she's not done. So I think at this point, there's no point after Shadeja.
Absolutely. I mean, I would like to see her fight Shadeja. I mean, for sure. But I know Shadeja, she's not going to move down for Shadeja. So I don't expect Claressa to move down for her at all. In particular. And I
I
mean,
mean, she said she was gonna go
Shadeja
down
wants that price
Baumgartner,
trying to
so we
move
never
up.
know.
But I know my boy L Dub, he definitely mentioned that, of course, Shadeja, Franchon, both of them, they both hit 168. Both of them got two titles out of the four, in the division. So shit, it only makes sense for them to go ahead and go for undisputed, and the winner of that fight try to go up and fight, Clarissa. That's a more outlook that makes sense.
One thing crazy about Clarissa is that she can jump weights like crazy. Like she literally was like she'll fight Baumgartner at 54, which is Baumgartner should just stay away from that girl. But like,
I'm looking at her body right now. I just don't like now, like how her body is built now. I don't think she's like, and then with her, maturing a little bit more and getting older. I don't think she's into jumping weight classes anymore now, like she was in the past.
yeah, it might be risky to go back down to fight Shadeja, But like, what else could she do? What's Shadeja at? Isn't she like 65?
She's at 68. They could fight at 68. I mean, that's 7 pounds. I think Clarissa can cut that, make that, or
Yeah.
she just come up. I just want to say this too. As fans, we've been putting so much emphasis on people accomplishing things and then just riding off into the sunset. But I wouldn't mind to see Clarissa Shields reign for a little while. That was one of the things that made champions in the past, the ones who were able to reign, like a Bernard Hopkins or Marvin Hagler. The thing that makes him so impressive, this dude was undisputed for 7 years. Nowadays, folks, they collect the straps and then they just move on and all the belts disperse. Like, it would be nice to see somebody defend it. So regardless of what Clarissa Shields wants to do, whether or not she wants to continue to defend it, or she wants to say, hey, well, I've done everything under the sun, from the amateurs to professional. Let me go ride off into the sunset and make babies, whatever the hell she wants to do. I support it. I do want to say this, though. For me, the real winner of the night was Carolyn Veer. I got to put some respect on Carolyn's name. Carolyn has been showing up and showing out the past couple of fights. I'm hoping that eventually she can put herself in a position where she can get some more notoriety, get a little bit better promotion like some of these other women. Because Carolyn, man, she's been getting busy.
Facts, man. Facts, man. So, yeah, Carissa, man. Salute to the GOAT, man. She did her thing last night. I think, whatever she wants to do, it's her choice. She the best in the game, as far as the women. So she can do whatever the hell she wants to do. You know what I mean? And
Layla
I
might
don't.
be
I will say that I don't want to see the Layla fight. I don't want to see that. Let me be real. I don't want to see that.
That would be the worst. That would be a very bad beatdown for Layla. She probably don't want that kind of problem.
Nah, I don't even like Carissa really pushing for it for real, honestly. You know what I mean? I just think she should just leave that alone and just that shit passed up years ago now. You know what I mean? So that conversation was more so for 5 years ago when Layla was real actively talking about it. Now she talked about 15, 20 million and she ain't really talking about the 15 that that they put out there. So I just think though she should just leave that situation alone and just move forward for real. Like, keep doing her.
But people blame Clarissa. So I'm like, Layla is the one that really started the whole situation with Clarissa. Like, you also Clarissa and what's her name? The girl Ann Wolf had like a good relationship with each other. It was just her and Layla that had the issue because Layla came out was like, oh, like she could whip Clarissa, whip anybody in that direction. Like, and one thing that I sort of get annoyed about with Layla is that she supports like Amanda Serrano. She'll support Katie Taylor, But then you see and like to Jab Queen mate state this. Sort of like maybe I'm using a race card when I say this. Like when it comes to somebody like Clarissa Shields, like she never fully gives her props, even though she's accomplished more than probably any woman in the sport currently, like she never really fully gives her props, like, and to me that's very unfortunate. Instead, you're like, oh, I could, I could beat her, she will never lasted with me, this and that. Okay, you say it's all about her. You already know this girl. One thing about Clarissa, and people have to realize this girl was an amateur world champion. She was an amateur Olympian. She's a 3-time undisputed. That girl is competitive as hell. If you call her out, she's gonna want to fight you. That's just what it is, you know. She's gonna want to fight you. Like if you say ish to that girl, like look at her, and that attitude people are so against. Oh, she says she'll fight men. She says she'll do this. Guess what? That's what made her who she is. It is what it is. Floyd Mayweather was very cocky, right? People say he's very cocky, but that cockiness made him who he was. When you're a fighter, you have those sort of like behavior attributes. You're just highly competitive. Nobody in the world should be able to beat you. You know, so salute to her, man.
They said my brother T-Bag well Foda said, "Oh, now we pro black hacker
I
that."
knew he was gonna say that. That's why I said salute to Jab Queen. You know, Jab Queen. You know, she used you know, she was alluding to the race car last time, and I'm about to allude to the race car as well. You know, yeah. you're right.
Nasty work.
Man. Where's
Nasty
that's
work. All right, so man, moving forward, man, we had the top ranked card last night, man. Of course, you know Rohan Polanco. He was one of the key fights on there on the undercard. I seen a little bit of that fight, 100%. I know Amber Queen, you might have caught that fight. You can kind of give us a little rundown if you caught it 100%.
Hey, that man Quentin Randall, he did it again. I believe T Mac was the one who first made that comment. I'm in alignment with that. He's done it again. Quentin Randall is a guy that's very tricky, very difficult to look good against. Did it to another prospect, or however you want to frame him, contender, another young guy. Yo, these guys just need a little bit more seasoning, and I think it's good experience for him to go in there with a crafty veteran, learn on the job, maybe go back, review it, see what he could have did a little bit better. Hopefully that could help him moving forward. You know, that's what we always talk about, right? These guys need to get experience. It's not always about the name that provides the resistance necessary to promote their growth. Sometimes it's a Quentin Randall. Sometimes it's a Steve Rolls. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's a Josecito Lopez. Those guys, I refer to them as the litmus test. When you get in there with those guys and you see exactly what it is that you need to work on and how you can tighten up. So, man, shout out to Quentin Randall for continuing to push these young guys to the brink. And shout out to Rohan Polanco, man, for showing up and getting some experience.
Yeah, I actually missed that fight too, by the way, so I can't even speak on it.
Okay, yeah, man. So, you know what I'm saying? Salute to my brother Sheldon Moore in the building, man. What's good with you, brother?
What's up with y'all, man? What's happening? What y'all doing?
It's good, man. We are recovering on the top ranked fights from last night. The last top ranked card on ESPN last night, and just
Yeah.
moving into it right here with the man Emiliano Vargas last night. Man, he had a crazy performance in the first round, and I got a video clip to share with y'all. Him from last night, man. The boy got busy last night.
You think he's
Man,
knocked out
nasty.
Warrior, man.
Nasty right there. I gotta show that one more time, man. That was nasty. Right there,
Y'all
man.
saw
Emiliano
that
Vargas.
was simple. That was simple. That was a pull counter. He let the dude throw the jab. He pulled back and countered right over the top. He hit him in the right hand. That was really the first punch he really threw in the fight.
That was dude. I blinked. The fight was over, bro. I didn't even know what happened.
Yeah, it was a pull counter. He just pull counted him.
Yeah, it was a
I
pull
mean,
counter.
he's good. I mean,
that was quick.
I say this about Emiliano. Like I was saying, you know, Cam, we talked the other day.
Yeah.
He looks good against the people they put him in there with.
Mm-hmm.
You want to see him and Mason, right? Do you think he could beat Mason?
I want to see him in there with somebody who's better than the guy he fought last night. I want to see him
That
like
guy
my
last
man
night
Ed
was
was saying.
20
I
and
want to see him
3.
in there with a good veteran that's gonna give him some resistance. That's gonna do some things he hasn't seen before,
I
so
want
he
to see
can
him at
adjust. That's what I want to see.
Abdullah Mason is the fight to make.
Abdullah Mason is in a title fight, bro. He's fighting for the title next.
He's fighting for the title.
Right, right. And then Emiliano, he at 140, so he
Right.
campaigning up
He's
to
at
140.
140.
So
He
this
needs
dude
to be
last
in
night
there
that
with
he
the likes
fought,
of
Alexander Espinosa, this dude
who?
he was 20 and 3 last night before he lost to Emiliano Vargas. He only had 9 knockouts, and he was coming off, a fight pretty much where he won by unanimous decision. Then fight before he won by knockout, but the guys he fought, they was like one guy was 7-12-1, another one 3-9, and then he
Right,
lost,
right. Come on, man.
he lost 2 fights, he lost one of
By
them by
knockout.
knockout
He lost
earlier in
2 by knockout.
2024 last year.
Yeah,
Who's
so
the
he's
guy
been stopped twice.
that beat Matias? That guy at 140. Who's that guy? The guy from Australia.
Leon Pyro. Leon Pyro.
That's who he needs to fight. Put him in there with that guy. Let's see what he got.
Hey, I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind seeing a step up from Emiliano. What you think, Amber Queen, on Emiliano last night?
Shelton laid it out perfectly, man. He rolled out the red carpet, man. Like, he did what he was supposed to do with the guy that he had in front of him. You just spoke on the guy's level of competition. That's what we got to look at too when we're looking at fighters, right? We might say, all right, well, he was in there with an undefeated guy, but who the hell did this guy fight en route to being undefeated?
Right.
Who did he fight to sustain that pristine record? And as you've seen, that dude, he didn't really fight nobody of note. Doesn't really have too many quality opponents. He was 20 and 3, but he had already been stopped twice. Not even stopped. He was knocked out twice. Like stoppage is, TKO. He's been knocked out twice by 2 guys that, we haven't even heard of, guys that aren't making noise.
Guys, you know what fight I would love to watch for Emiliano, though? Forget the Perro fight. If Keyshawn Davis moves to 140, I think I would love that fight with him and Keyshawn. Even though
Come on, man.
I would love Keyshawn ain't got no title. He got stripped.
2 dudes at the same promotional company on the same trajectory. They're not putting them in the ring together. Come on.
Tell me
They're
you
not
would
gonna
love
do
that fight more than Perro. I would love that fight.
They're not going to do it, though. That's
Not
unrealistic.
right now. Yeah, it wouldn't happen right now.
But
Emiliano would have to build his status up a little bit more before they would look to that. They'll look at Abdullah before Emiliano right now.
Oh, they would, yeah, because Abdullah took. But Keyshawn would have to stay at 135 then.
Nah, he had 140 for sure.
Keyshawn is out of there.
Yeah, man. But
that would
be a fun fight. They made that fight, I think, because both camps are very lively. I think that'd be a very fun fight for both of them.
Hacker, let's be honest. We're gonna be really honest. Keyshawn Davis will watch this kid. He'll watch this dude. He'll watch this dude. This dude don't have no experience. He ain't fought nobody. It's just like last night. Xander Zayes made me a believer because the guy he fought is the guy that beat up Charles Conwell. Am I right?
Yeah.
Charles Conwell hadn't fought nobody.
But that guy was also fighting pretty good though. That guy was tough. That Xander fought.
That guy lost every round, bro. That guy didn't win a round.
He did. But the rounds weren't easy though. You have to admit that.
He didn't win a round. He got 12-0 in that fight.
But here's the thing, right? Like when Devin beat Ramirez, I thought that was a pretty easy fight. I think Xander and what's his name? They had a tough fight. Xander was able to.
But the dude had more energy. He had a lot of energy. He was moving a lot, but he wasn't doing nothing.
Because he was catching Xander with some hellacious shots, man.
It didn't bother Xander.
It sure
did. They wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad.
Either he just very resilient.
When he caught Conwell with those shots, it affected him, right?
Yeah. But Xander might
he caught Xander with the same shots. It didn't bother him, right? That's because Conwell hadn't fought nobody. People gassed up Bad News off the Patrick Day stuff. They gassed him up over that. If you look at Charles Conwell's resume, he ain't fought nobody.
Who do you think Xander should fight next? I mean, Xander
should get a homecoming little lay
Hold on. Let's
down
slow down. Let's slow down. Slow it
dinner
down first.
tour.
Let's get the hold on. Let's get the shoo first. Then we gonna
Oh
unpack
yeah,
this shit with Xander real quick.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
She look good. She look good.
Shoo last night. You know what I mean? I got a clip of him. You know what I'm saying? Getting it popping last night.
But he's missing. Hate to see him load up.
Oh, that nice short right hand worked, didn't it? He shortened up that right hand in the midst of the three-punch combination.
Yeah.
Good work from Shoo Carrington.
That's what we want to see. Give us something to talk about, Shoo.
Yeah, a little clip of Shoo last night, man. He won by unanimous decision last night and captured the WBC interim title at 126 last night, man. What y'all think of Shoo performance last night?
he boxed pretty well.
That's
I
the
think
guy Ed was talking about. The guy that right there that Shoo fought, that's the guy Ed McQueen was just talking about earlier.
what I say about him. But yeah, I thought Shoo looked. I mean, I'm never like too
a tough veteran that's gonna give you some rounds, that's gonna give you some work, that's gonna show you some things you ain't seen before. Shoo had to work for that. He had to get some rounds in. Shoo had to put in, show levels in that fight because this dude wasn't no pushover.
Shoo can box fairly well, I'm not like I consider him more like, at first he reminds me of that one kid from 147, the one from DC. What's his name? I forget the kid name. The one with his dad. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? The one that always trains the tank from 147. He missed weight. He lost his fight.
What do you think about it?
You talking about Truck Simpson?
Yeah, Truck
Simpson. No, Truck Simpson on 147. I'm talking about he looks very young, but he's big and tall. At 147, he lost his last fight. Him and Devin had this whole back and forth. Like people were saying that him and Devin should fight. Y'all know
that dude? No.
I can't remember who that is.
Right, you guys know what I'm talking about. I just can't remember his name. I'll remember it later. Yeah, Jalil Hackett. Yeah, she always reminds me of Jalil Hackett for some reason.
Jalil Hackett. Yeah.
Yeah. But when it comes to, I thought he did fairly well. I don't see him. He might be Espinoza. I think that's a close fight. I think if in a way it goes to 126, I think that's a fight that I don't see him winning. He looks good, but I feel like he's very standard. I don't know if he's on that level. I don't know if he'll raise level if he fights these guys who are a little bit better. I think he will need to. He'll have to show something that he's not showing currently. But he did look good last night. So all due respects to him.
Yeah, and then you see last night, of course, Shoo he called out Espinosa in the crowd last night, man, talking about you don't have no opponent yet. Come talk. I would love to get in there. And they talk about for a fight in September possibly, which is I don't know about that because September right around the corner. But yeah, what y'all think about Shoo with Rafael Espinosa right here? What you think, Anna Queen?
I think it would be a good fight. I believe that all around, Shoo may be more dynamic from a skill standpoint. I think he could do a little bit more than Espinosa, but the thing that Espinosa has at his disposal, man, is that that punching power. He's very strong at 126. I like the work that he does to the body. He's got a nice uppercut, but I do feel like just all around, Shoo's got the better feet. Probably has a few more punches in his arsenal, so on and so forth. But the equalizer can always play a point. Espinosa's no slouch from a boxing standpoint. He's no slouch whatsoever. But I do think that Shoo is just a little bit more refined. But he's got the physical advantages, Espinosa. And, of course, being 6'1" at featherweight, that's a damn cheat code in and of itself. I'm not sure who I would lean towards in that fight because I can see either guy pulling it out.
I don't know how that guy makes weight for that thing. That's crazy work, man.
Yeah, 6'1", 126, bro. It's like you got a tapeworm or something. I don't know what's going on with this dude.
He eats water or ice for lunch and breakfast, bro. That's crazy work. But yeah. Also, Raymond Ford would be a good fight, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I like Espinosa right here and Shoo, man. I think I mean, they both top ranked fighters. It makes sense. You know what I mean? Shit, especially if Shushu ends up getting elevated as once they figure out what's going on with Stephen Fulton as far as his situation with Ashaki Foster, they supposed to be fighting, but they don't got no scheduled date on it, due to other reasons. We ain't gonna get into that. But other than that, I mean, I like the fight with Shushu and Espinosa, and even the fight with
Nick
Ray
Ball.
Vargas and Carlos Castro as well. Nick Ball. He said he offered Nick Ball $2 million, and they turned it down for some reason. So, it's fights out there for Shushu for sure.
Nick ain't stupid. You know why Nick turned that down? Nick ain't dumb.
I mean, he beat Ray Ford, so you never
They
know.
trying to max out Nick Ball. They trying to max him out for anyway. That's where that's at for real.
Come on, man. Why you giving them all the game, Cam? Don't give them the game. Let them figure it out for themselves.
Anyway, if anybody can handle that size, I think he might be.
We don't even know if Inoue gonna beat Nakatani. We don't know if he's gonna beat him.
I think he's gonna beat him.
Think? You don't know? You think?
You never know what takes to the ring. That's correct.
I could see a route to victory for my guy, Junto Nakatani. The one thing about Inoue is this. The guy is a fabulous boxer, but as we've seen, as he's scaled up, he's been at 122. He's starting to be a little bit more vulnerable up there. Yeah, he's figuring it out. He's gotten off the deck, but we didn't really see him getting dropped like that when he was down there at flyweight and superfly and so on and so forth, even at bantam. But now up there at 122, he's already hit the deck twice in like what?
2 fights.
2 out of the last 4 or 3 or whatever, what have you.
Yeah.
So him going up to 126, that could be problematic. That might be where the buck stops. Where it's like it doesn't matter how good you are, you know what I mean? Physics are physics.
I'm hoping he gets to 130. That's what I'm hoping. Oh, yeah,
130. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't know. That's when you think about it, right? Then you look at somebody like Pacquiao. You're like, how did Pacquiao do it? Like nobody. You have to see anybody else be able to do it like Pacquiao did. Like just like.
Do you realize? See, that's what kills me about some of these boxing fans. Yeah. Pacquiao was a one-of-one, bro. He's a special athlete. This dude is not Pacquiao. He's not.
The kid is nice. Anyway,
he's not nice. Many. He's not many. Bro.
He's definitely not, but he's
not
nice.
Many. It's okay. We'll see how nice he is at 22 and 26. We'll see.
And that would be a hell of a feat for him to compete up at 26.
No,
I see folks saying he needs to move up. You got to take into consideration the man started at 108, so he's already moved up, a considerable amount of divisions. But I will say this. Another thing we got to take into consideration with Manny is Manny started young as hell. That's why Manny was fighting at the lower weight classes like that. He wasn't a grown man moving up. Manny started at what, 14 or 15, something like that?
108.
Right? Yeah, but he lied about his age.
He was 15.
Yeah, he was a damn teenager.
Yeah,
so that's how he was able to start at them lower weight classes. And then by the time he became a full-grown man, he grew in proportion and scale with the weight classes. You know what I mean? So Inoue is a grown-ass man, and we talking, 31 years old.
Yeah.
And he's still only at 122.
He's getting old, too. And he's getting older.
But anyway, his skill set is something crazy, though. That guy, like from his footwork to his defense to his speed. Well, not defense, but to his speed. That's something that he's talented.
He is. He's a very talented fighter.
Sure.
He's a skilled guy, but we already seen what his vulnerabilities are. You know what I'm saying? Both of the guys that dropped him. You know what I'm saying?
But that comes from taking a lot of chances, though. He takes a lot of chances.
Let me ask you this, man. Let me ask you this: who's the best guy he fought?
It's difficult to say because I do think he's fought some good guys. Like Emmanuel Rodriguez is a good fighter. The dude that he beat for the IBF title, he was a good fighter. Marlon Tapales, he beat the guy that beat the guy he's about to fight, MJ Akhmadaliev. Marlon Tapales is a pretty good fighter. Luis Neri was 35 or 36-1, and this guy was a champion who made, and I say champion, not a title holder. This is a dude who made defenses. TJ Doheny is a pretty good fighter. So is
also what's his name? The Philly boy is a good fighter too.
Jason Maloney is another good one. Stephen Fulton is another good fighter. What's my man's name? The Hall of Famer, Nonito Donaire.
Yeah. Okay, I forgot about Nonito. He's been in there with some dude. He's been in there with some dude.
He got a sneaky good resume. I just think that, once again, he a dude that started at 108, and now he's up there at 122. Now you see him look a little bit more vulnerable because of, size and physics. And we also got to take this into account. Not only is he moving up, but the guys that he's fighting at 122, these are guys that could probably be fighting at 126 or 130 already. So if these guys are cutting weight and then they're rehydrating on the night of, you know what I'm saying?
Did him and Bam meet at catch weight? Bam is a what? What's Bam's weight class right now? Bam's much smaller.
He's older, but still.
Yeah, he's smaller.
Rodriguez fights like 115, right?
I really want to see this fight because I feel like he's very.
So he's got a good resume. It's just the curse of the smaller weight classes. Those guys don't have the notoriety. So regardless of who the hell you fight, people are like, who? You got a handful of these guys that stand out, but the rest of them they pretty much non-existent. It's like that old adage, the tree that fell in the forest and nobody was around to hear it.
I would love to see him and Robisi fight at 126. I thought that would be good.
It would be. It would be a nice style clash.
Yeah, a nice style match between a former, because Robisi was a former two-time Olympian, two-time gold medalist.
I don't know two-time. I do know that he's a gold medalist for sure.
Oh, I thought I know he beat Shakur for one, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I thought he had a second gold medalist before that.
He might. I know that was a horrible situation with Cuba, though. They took the tattoo off his arm. I was like, damn.
What
he quit, didn't he?
What, in his last fight? You talking about the fight with
They took the tattoo off his arm. Who, Cuba?
Yeah, he had that Olympic tattoo.
Why did he take it off his arm for?
He tried to defect, probably.
Yeah, probably for defecting. And then they only turned around and lifted that. What was that? 2 years ago, like 2023.
Yeah, 2 years ago. They made it cool where you can go to Cuba now. Yeah, you can go now.
You can turn pro now.
Back then, you can go. But yeah,
that's a fair point, L.
He quit in his last fight. Was that Espinosa he quit against?
Espinosa is a terrific fighter, but he was dirty as hell, bro. Like, he was elbowing that man, and it seemed pretty intentional. It seemed pretty, but you know what? I'm not even going to be mad at Espinosa. I mean, dude was in there giving him some work. You got to slow him down somehow.
It's a referee in the ring, right? And a referee in there.
That's his job. That's his job.
That's his job to catch that. I'm gonna do whatever I can get away with. We fighting for money. We're not fighting for, status or trinkets. We fighting for money.
Well, we can go ahead and get to the next one, man. The Bull last night, and I got a clip of Xander right here from last night, man. He got busy last night. Find it. Right there, man. Last night, Xander Zayes becomes the WBO 154-pound champion last night, beating Jorge Perez Garcia last night, man. What y'all think about the performance last night?
He boxed beautifully. I thought he boxed well. Classic fight between a puncher and a boxer puncher, I guess. Yeah, but I thought Xander boxed beautifully. He used his footwork where he needed. I do think, like I said, even though Xander won most of the round, I feel like they were very hard fought rounds. That his opponent was catching him a lot. I mean, some of them shots that were being landed, I was like, damn. Hope it makes it to the end, but at the end of the day, like I think he like the way he approached that fight was smart. And when he realized that, like, hey, if I just sit here and fight this guy, it's gonna be rough. I need to use my footwork. He knew to use it. And I think that was really smart of him.
What you think, Ann McQueen? The Wizard.
Yeah. Boxing hackers on point, man. The guy boxed beautifully, used his legs well. I like the angles that he was given. This is the only thing, because I see my dog, Dank Father, saying that he could beat Fundora easily if he boxes like that. I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure.
I ain't me either. Me neither,
and it's
brother.
not so much a matter of Fundora being this invincible, indestructible guy, but right there, that little toe-to-toe action, I think Xander got to just tighten that up just a wee bit. Because to T-Mac's point, not sure why Jorge didn't throw more uppercuts. I was thinking the same thing. Uppercuts and tighten up those hooks, get them a little bit shorter. Well, I thought that he was using his legs well offensively. Defensively, I think that's where it was a little shaky. With Xander, it's like, yeah, he's pivoting, but his head is still right there on the center line. He's not really slipping off to the side or anything like that. But that's just me nitpicking. Overall, I thought it was a really good performance from him.
What you think, Shelton Moore?
Well, you had Xander, young kid, hot prospect. This guy came to fight. He wasn't very skilled. He's a tough guy, long arms. Come forward guy. Xander outboxed him. He made a believer out of me because I was kind of down on Xander a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But Xander does have great feet, good boxing skill, decent IQ. And Xander got a little pop on his punches. And by pop, I mean Xander's not no one-punch knockout guy, but Xander's got enough pop to keep you honest. He does have that. And that's what you're going to need moving forward. Now, what should he do after this? I think he should get a homecoming tune-up, a little soft touch fight, and then he should go after one of these guys. You got he's a WBA guy. You might want to leave him alone. I don't know what he's gonna look like in his next fight. Who's got the WBC at 154?
Fundora.
Oh, that's a tough fight.
And he got Boots. Don't forget Boots.
Boots ain't got no
champion
belt.
though. Yeah, he ain't champion.
Boots ain't got no belt. You gotta have a belt now.
He's a good
after
fighter.
His soft touch fight, go after the champions. Try to unify. Go after the guys. WBA is
right here.
Oh, who's fighting for that? Somebody's supposed to be fighting for that WBA now, right? Since Bud dropped it.
Well, Eunice Telez, he has the interim WBA title. He's fighting in August, fighting Abbas Baru in August.
Right. Oh, so Fundora says he wants Zayes next? Fundora trying to pick the phone.
You see, Fundora, he said right after his win Saturday, he said he most likely wants Zayes next. The calendar, no, perfect with no TV deal for Top Rank, so they can lean on PBC and Prime Video to cover it. So, of course, it said that makes way too much sense, of course. So, and then I had a little dialogue to this right here. So, of course, the man Rick Glazer be on Twitter talking this shit. I don't fuck with the dude, but other people do. But he said Lance won't happen in this lifetime or the next. Top Rank will protect Xander Zayes like he's a newborn, especially if he doesn't overprice himself, and he won't right now under the circumstance. Then Lance responded and said, like Xander said, boxing 101. So what y'all think about this right here? As far as Xander Zayes, possibly, people thinking that he, gonna get protected by Top Rank and hold that WBO title from the other
How many
champions
champions
that
does
he's
Top
not
Rank
ready
have?
for.
How many champions does Top Rank have right now?
Before?
Pertaining to, I mean, they got several. I mean, shit, you got several. Shit, I ain't getting any name them, number wise, but they got several though. He's a
No, they
young
don't.
guy as far as they staple.
All they got really is him and the deal they got with Inouye, right? Ain't
You
that
got
about it?
well, you got him, you got Rafael Espinosa,
Two.
of course, Nakatani. You got, of course, Abdullah coming up. He gonna grab that title for San most likely.
Yeah.
So they got several. They got several champions under the stable.
I really think.
I don't think they're gonna put him in there with nobody dangerous right off the bat. That's all. That's what I'm thinking. I don't think
Do you guys feel like Fondora's skilled, or is it just his height? I think he's an okay boxer, but his height's the real.
He's a cheat code, bro. He's 6'6" at 154. It's hard to get past that jab.
Facts.
But he just started using his jab, man. Before he was doing all that body work for some reason.
He didn't have to before. He has to now. Competition got better.
Facts.
I think he's always used his jab pretty well. The one thing about Fendora that I see with him is not so much his jab, but it's his feet. Like his feet and his jab aren't necessarily on the same accord. And the one thing about him is with him having relatively slow feet, if you get past the jab, like Brian Mendoza was able to, whether you go underneath or you go around it, you can close the gap on him. I mean, Tim Tszyu did it in the first fight. He used his jab early on, but Tim Tszyu was getting underneath, stepping right inside. He's got slow feet. I think with him, the next step should be working on using angles. If he could do that, where he can maintain his range, but get himself off the line simultaneously, then I think that would only take his jab to another level. Like his jab and his feet got to be on the same accord. Can't be jabbing and the other guy is able to, like I said, either swim underneath or go to the outside, and then now they could just follow you out in a straight line because he doesn't have fast feet, but he can educate his feet. I do say this about Fundora, though. I do think he is pretty skilled given what he has. Like he knows how to use his attributes, especially like fighting on the inside and from mid-range, like the leverage that he's able to generate with his hooks and with his uppercuts. Like the guy, with what he has, he knows how to use it. And I think that probably goes a lot further than some guys who have a lot of tools, but then you're like, damn, why they not putting it all together or they don't know how to apply it. And then he also has the X factor. The guy is gritty as hell. Like he doesn't mind exchanging. He doesn't mind being in a fight. He doesn't get discouraged. We've seen the guy get his nose busted in several fights. We've seen the guy get dropped versus Lubin, get up, fight like nothing happened. Seen him get knocked out by Brian Mendoza. He came back the next fight versus Tim Tszyu, and he looked like nothing happened. Like not a lot of guys are able to have that type of short-term memory and compartmentalize like the way that he does. Like I think that is one of his biggest assets. Just psychologically, the dude just sturdy as hell, man.
Facts,
I got a question. How old is Backwam? How old is Murtazalia?
I have to Google that. I'm not sure.
He is 32 years old.
Yeah, see now, he's the one that got to step on the gas because he's getting up there.
Y'all think Xander ready for the like other champions? Like, can he get a dub out of one of these other champions, like far as Fedora or Bakram, or even the guys like Boots and Virgil? Like the 154 is a deep division for sure. So you think he can
it's
beat the
loaded
top
with
guy?
talent, buddy.
I think you got to put him in there with like a Virgil, a Boots. What's that other guy that got the WBA strap you named? What's his name?
Oh, well, Eunice Celeste. Yeah.
Yoenis Tellis, guys like that. He's ready for those type guys. Now, when you're talking about Murtazaliev and Fedora, guys who've been through some fire, I don't know yet because he's never really faced any adversity in his whole career. He's only 22 years old.
Whoever becomes
he's just been mowing everybody down.
whoever becomes undisputed at 154 is nasty, dude. That's a rough division.
I mean, it's rough.
Shit, he got a belt now. I say he got a belt now. Shit, put his ass in it.
He gotta get in there now. You know what I mean? Because I like my sister Shawa, she said like I've been saying all things Xander is, but that's my opinion. I mean, I feel it too in the sense like watching him last night. Yeah, he did some good work versus Jorge Perez and stuff last night, but like would that performance beat a Fundor or a Boots or a Virgil or a Bacron?
You never know. That I think
Let's put his ass in there and see.
compete. Yeah, he can compete. He can definitely compete. Like at that level, he can definitely compete. Now, can he beat him? All those guys are just really good, you know. Also, Crawford's still a champion 154 too, right? Crawford's still in the mix as well.
Yeah, he gonna end up vacating soon. So
I don't know. He said he wants to be 4-time undisputed. So, like, what's the 4th time?
nah, he ain't coming back down from 168, man.
Listen. Let me tell you, I ain't never gonna doubt no
He
Crawford.
he gonna vacate or they gonna strip him. They ain't about to let that man go over to 168 and he just hold that title hostage over there down at 154.
What did he say, Bud?
Yeah, Bud.
Yeah.
Bud ain't coming nowhere near no 154. After this fight, I think after this fight, win, lose, or draw, I think Bud is out of here. No matter what.
Yeah, I think Bud out of here after this fight.
He did say he wanted to be 4-time. He did say something about 4-time undisputed, so I don't know what that 4th time is, you know. But like to me, I'm not doubting, but Bud's I don't know, he's like a generational talent to me. I think that guy's just nasty.
I think Bud is that good, but to come back down, bro,
next year, so
yeah.
To come back down to 154 to drop that weight, man.
Yeah, because for him to make the weight, so wait, Bud walks around 180, 170, 175, 180 probably, right? So he just probably cut less to make 160 against what's his name. But I think if he's to succeed, which I think he's going to succeed, it's possible. I don't think why if not, why does he not just drop the title? You know. But I say the same thing about Boots. Why is Boots at 154 but still has a 147 title? You know, I don't know what their plan is, you know, but
that's leverage. That's what that comes from. You know,
right,
you go from one you go from one division as a champion, and then you use your status as champion to challenge the next guy.
But being a champion at one division and then going to the next division, don't you already have that kind of stance to like push for like a mandatory position? Am I not right about that? That's what Shakur did, right? Shakur was a champion, although he lost his belt on the scale. Then he went to 135 and then used his 130, his former 130 status to push for a mandatory against Devin. You know, so I like, why do they? I feel like Boots is a contingency stat. Like he's
did he get it? You say he pushed his mandatory status to get a mandatory against Devin. Did he get it?
No, but it's the same thing though, right? Like just because you have a title doesn't mean I have to.
It didn't mean shit. That's why he fought the guy from Japan and the other guy.
It means something because without it, he wouldn't be able to fight those fights. Of course, it means something. Once you're a champion at a former division, you go to the next division. You do have some kind of leverage, you know.
Yeah, no, more often than not, what you see is these guys hold on to the title, then they secure the fight. And then they
release it.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I've seen a guy be a former titleist and be like, "Well, because I was a former titleist, now I'm entitled to that fight." Generally, these guys they have possession, secure the fight, then they vacate. And I'm pretty sure.
I mean, Lamar Roach secured the Tank fight, and he still has a 130 title. You know, I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. He still has possession of the 130 title, and it's within the WBA. Same thing with Hector Luis Garcia. He had possession of it within the at 130. WBA went up to 135.
Yeah, I don't know. Who knows, man? I mean, I think Carver could do it. I think he beats. I think Crawford fought Fundora when he wants. I think he will beat Fundora, even with the weight difference. I think the height difference. I think he will still beat Fundora.
Yeah, I think he can beat him.
I don't see Bud just coming down from 168. I think this is his last ride on this fight, personally, in my opinion.
That could be too. I mean, that would be smart. You're right. That would be smart. I would do. I would retire.
Going out with a
50 million
bang,
is enough
big.
to walk away with.
Yeah,
$50
big
million
cash
is
out
enough to walk
from
away with.
Turkey.
Hell
Go
yeah.
home, bro. Lay it down, man. Get a game
Man,
up, man.
you did man. Like I said, you done everything in the sport but lose, bro. What's the point? You became unified. You became undisputed. You beat. You became a champion. Like, what else? All you can do. What's left but to lose? You fought the fight everybody wanted to see. You fought your immortal fight, right? You fought your Hagler. You fought your Frazier. You know, you fought that immortal fight people wanted to see. There's literally like
That's the first. That's one of the smartest things I ever heard you say, bro. You're absolutely right. The only thing Bud hasn't done in boxing yet is lose. That's all he ain't done. He's done everything else.
He's done everything else, man. Salute to Bud. You know, I'd rather see him go out like that, you know, but you know, fighters don't let it go sometimes.
Teach was good, Teach.
What's going on?
What's going on, brother?
Takes over.
Man, I enjoyed Xander's performance last night, man. Like he impressed me a lot. Like not only with his performance, but you know, he's very young, man. Like 22, they said, right?
Yeah,
He's
22.
22. Yeah, 22. And you know, for someone his age, like fighting like that, like I was very impressed. Like it felt kind of natural. The way he fought just looked natural. Like, you know, he did this already. So it feels like he was very seasoned when he fought this dude. And man, I'm very impressed. Like he didn't rush anything. And like I told the guys last night, from the second round on, I mean, he was just in command of the fight pretty much, cutting angles, getting anything pace, and forcing Garcia to fight his fight. And I was just happy seeing that performance, like the way that you know he worked the head and the body like with patience. He didn't go head hunting or body hunting. He just broke them down very very nicely. And even though like Garcia was like trying to pressure him, like you could see that he never really panicked or anything. Like he made a little adjustments, pretty much figured him out, and that's rare. Like it's rare in a boxer, to be honest. And again, doing it at his age, it's kudos, man. You know, Xander did hurt, you know, Garcia a few times. He never pressed the gas, but at the same time, I mean, he showed IQ in there. Like he didn't go in recklessly, you know, to get hit by anything. And anybody has to respect that, man. Like with that type of temperament, I mean, you could just fight anybody at 154 with that style, and you could just possibly win for sure. Breakout performance to me. You know, he got a world title, his first one. He did it in fashion, and I think he's gonna be trouble at 154, man, if he continues to fight this way. And he called out who? He called out Bakram last night. He called out Virgil. You know, he called out Fundora. I think he's able to beat one of the name guys we know at 154, like whether it be Fundora, Jesus, you know, Luban, Bakram. And he called out Bakram last night, which is a good thing. And right now, man, I have Xander over Bakram. Like I have Lubin beating Bakram, and I definitely 100% have Xander beating after that performance. I think he can hang with the guys at 54, man. I think he can hang with those guys.
Yeah, man. I like Xander, man. I think he's that, you know, very skilled, you know, young. Of course, you know, he got Puerto Rico behind him, and I like what he brings to the table. I just question, and if he's ready for those guys, you know, the other top guys at 154 a little bit, you know, and if top rank is moving him a little bit too fast, a little bit, but hey, he's a champion now. He ain't got no choice but to get in there now. He got to get in there.
Yeah, definitely. Again, at least one of those guys, 2 of those guys, he could definitely beat, in my opinion. I just don't know who yet. Well, I think I know who, but we have to see them get in the ring. But you know how the fans are, man. We see who we like and we pretty much pick them again, depending on skills and stuff that we see. And I think he could beat Balcom for sure.
Facts, facts. So yeah, right
Preach,
here.
teach.
So you got of course, Ring Magazine, they posted this, yesterday. They were saying, that, they believe the future of American boxing is in good hands, with these guys on this, particular graphic, man. What y'all think on this, in particular with all of these guys?
Oh yeah. Future, I think it's in good hands. Especially don't forget the young bull from DC, Scooter Davis is also up there as well. So like, yeah, I think that we got a lot of like rising talent on the way. Um, the young King Martin Luther, right? There's also a prize amateur coming turn pro as well. So a lot of rising talent. Now of course boxing is always built on like one big star, right? Who's gonna be the next big star? Where we said it was Canelo and Tank who was a big star that was dragging in the casuals and stuff, but it'll be interesting to see who's the next one, who's gonna be the next one up. But as far as the talent pool, I definitely think we got a lot of up and coming fighters that are gonna be must see TV soon to come.
What you think about Sheldon Moore?
Are these guys? I mean, they're young guys. I mean, I don't see nobody that's really proven yet. I mean, we got to see what they got. I think the most questions are probably for Richard Torres. I don't know what he's got. I don't know how he's going to prove it because we don't have nobody in America that can really test him. And all the guys of note, across the pond or wherever they are either old or too much for him. So I don't know what to say. I don't know what. I guess we just got to put Richard Torres in there with somebody and see what happens. You know what I mean? But the rest of
Yes,
these guys,
Richard
they young,
Torres. That's the
whatever.
one. That's the one I'm like. I don't know about him more. I'm iffy on Pacheco, Torres, and no, those I could say them two right now.
It's a solid list. But
Yeah.
from my eye test, I mean, I like Abdullah for sure. I think he's gonna be up there. Bruce Carrington, he's at like a stalemate right now. Like his talent isn't dropping or increasing at this point. He's just pretty much flatline. Pacheco, I like him, but he's kind of in the same boat as Bruce Carrington. I like the way Ernesto talks, man. Tito Mercado. Like I love the way he talks, and he kind
Yeah,
of backs it up too. And Carmelo Morton, he's a good talent. We just got to see more from him. Richard Torres, I don't like him. I don't think he can box, so I don't know why he's on this list. I think when he steps up to bigger competition, he probably gets stopped. Um, and Emiliano Vargas, I think he's nice. I just wanted more from the performance last night. And this is not his fault. This is Top Rank because of the matchmaking.
mm,
Instant knockouts, that's not my thing. Because we don't get to see the talent from, both opponents when there's an instant knockout. And it's kind of boring in my opinion. Knockout sells, but instant knockout is just boring. I mean, imagine paying hundreds of dollars for a ticket. The guy gets knocked out in 20 seconds. I
You
mean,
talk
you're
about the
gonna
Mike
feel
Tyson era, buddy.
yeah, you're just gonna feel let down after that. So it's like
I lost a million money watching Mike Tyson fight, brother. But one thing I think that hurts boxing is that they're slow to make the top competitions though. Like promoters are not gonna put them in with like they're gonna focus more on building career, which is slow and steady. Versus like all these great talent is there. Let's start the drama. I think that's what it's not the talent pool that hurts boxing. It's that particular thing. That's why, like, sometimes I'm okay with the concept if we were just all under one umbrella versus all these promotional companies trying to outdo each other, and therefore making the big fights happen take much longer to happen. You know.
Yeah, I mean, we know Vargas is talented. Top Rank just needs to get him a good opponent, man.
But are they? What's a good opponent? They're not gonna put him in somebody that can beat him though.
You get him in there with somebody closer to his level. That guy wasn't.
I gave you the name, Hacker. You shot it down. I told you put him in there with Liam Perro.
No, Perro's a good fight, but I'd rather see him and Keyshawn. That would be bro. You try to say him and
Keyshawn will watch him, bro.
It would probably be
Keyshawn knock him out.
entertaining, but here's the thing, right? Like, we talk about the matchmaking, and it's abundantly clear, and Shelton was spot on when he said this. You go and look at Keyshawn Davis's resume, and despite the fact that it's very lean, what he got, 13 fights? He's fighting nothing but guys that had winning records, fighting guys that have competed for titles. Like, regardless of how you feel about a guy like Anthony Yiggett or a dude like Jose Pedraza, albeit a faded guy, but he was a former champion. Emiliano Vargas right now, clearly, they're looking at him and saying, all right, this guy's still a little bit rough. He just doesn't have the amateur background or the pedigree that a guy like Keyshawn Davis has. So they're going to move him differently. We've seen the same thing with Lomachenko. Dude, super decorated as an amateur. What do? They fast track him, have him fighting for a title in the second fight versus a dude, Orlando Salido. Then by the time you get to his third fight, he's fighting Gary Russell. And with Emiliano Vargas, they just not moving him like that. We seeing it play out with Abdullah Mason. The guy that he fought, what's my man's name? Carlos Onales. That dude was up in there with Rafael Espinoza, who's a current champion. Manuel Jimenez was in there with Rolly Romero. You know what I'm saying? Jeremiah Nakatilla's been in there with quite a few guys. He's been there with Raymond Morataya. He's been in there with Shakur Stevenson and so on and so forth. So clearly they grooming this dude to be a champion. And it feels like with Emiliano Vargas right now, it's like if we get there, we get there. But right now, the main thing is about establishing him as a brand. That's what it just feels like. And I'm starting to see people say on social media, this guy is turning out to be everything that Ryan Garcia was supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? A heartthrob who can fight and all that other shit. You know what I mean? Modern day golden boy type fighter. And it seems like that's the way that they pushing Emiliano Vargas. And there's nothing wrong with that because we need that as well. You know what I'm saying? You need the guys who are going to be stars and so on and so forth. And they got commercial viability and they can sell tickets. And that's not to say Emiliano Vargas can't become a formidable fighter or somebody who's worthy of being the champion. But right now, just based on the level of competition that they're putting him in there with, doesn't seem like that is the current goal. Not right now. Just not right now. You know,
do you think he's not as good as you think he is? Or do you feel like they're building, I guess it's not a paper, they're building up like a paper champion almost, like he's not as good as we really think because it's of like the little competition they put him in, or do you think they're just moving him slow?
I think they're moving him slowly, and they're going to allow him to develop. Because I'm looking at his last couple of opponents, like this guy Giovanni Gonzalez that he stopped in the first. Well, he stopped him in the second round. This dude had already been stopped 3 times prior.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. The last guy that he fought last night, Espinoza, that was his 3rd time being knocked out. He's been knocked out, not stopped. He's been knocked out 2 times prior to last night.
Facts.
So these things are being taken into account when they're doing the matchmaking. So it's like, what are we doing here? Is this about development or is this about, building the star? And boxing, I believe that you need both. You said boxing is what?
It needs a tournament. Just like go to like Golden Glove style, like just like everybody just fight everybody, and then the best ones get title shots.
That wouldn't be bad. To revisit something similar to the Super 6 where you allow these guys to sort it out, or what the WBC did with that Grand Prix about a month ago. I thought that was pretty cool. Where it's like you got to be, have no more than 10 fights and so on and so forth. And we're gonna allow these guys to separate themselves, and the cream will rise to the top, so to speak.
Yeah, and that's what's affecting. I like that. That's what's affecting boxing. It's not really the talent is there. There's so many young fighters up and coming. There's some fighters that people don't even know about. They're on their way as well. Like, but the problem is like everybody wants to build a fighter.
Yep.
You'd be like, oh, this would be a good fight. I would love to see this fight. It'll happen 5 years down the line. You'd be like, God damn.
Yeah, there's a lot of investment going on, man. There's a lot of investment, and that's what these guys are. Ultimately, they're stocks. So you don't want to cash out just yet. You know what I'm saying? You want to build them up to the perfect time.
How many fights does he have right now? I can't remember.
Emiliano Vargas?
Yeah.
He has 15.
That's a decent amount.
It's a solid amount of fights, but then again,
you
look at the guys that he's fighting.
Yeah.
He's got more fights than Keyshawn Davis, but Keyshawn Davis doesn't have any guys on his resume that are like 10-8 and shit like that.
I mean, at this point, there's like a thin line, man, like between carefully building the dude and stalling his momentum. I mean, right now, again, he's undefeated. I think he has skills. He definitely has knockout power because we've seen it. But I mean, for me, I just need the opponents with a bit more name recognition. I mean, if they can't get like the name recognition, at least look for people who haven't been knocked down or something. Look for those type of people.
Agreed.
I mean, if he continues to dominate these guys without like meaningful competition, I mean, no real growth is going to happen. I think we all know that for sure.
Yes,
that's true. I mean, they were saying that about Abdullah too. So.
Yeah, but I don't feel the same way about Abdullah because we've seen him scale up and he's dealt with guys that got various elements. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like the dude Johan Vasquez, because Teacher's making a fantastic point. It's not necessarily about the name, it's about guys possessing certain attributes to force them to deal with things. You know, Andre Ward spoke about being dropped in his 6th fight versus Darnell Boone. And what did that teach him? Like, okay, now you got to go back in the gym and work on defending against uppercuts. Work on your inside game. So the guy don't necessarily have to push you to the brink, but they got to give you some sort of resistance so where you have some feedback. Like, what the hell do I have to work on? But if you're just walking up to a guy and the first punch you hit him with, you knock him out, what do you really learn? So
yeah,
I think Teacher made a great point about it not being overly exciting because we don't really get to see what these guys have. Like, we don't really know the depth of this young man's talent.
Also, Carmel, is he at 126 or 130 right now?
Who the hell knows, man? But every time I see him, he looks massive.
Yeah, he said facts, bro. He said recent that he gonna campaign at 135. That's where he gonna campaign at. So that's what he said.
He should. One fight, he was like 15 pounds overweight, bro.
That was one of those Danny Garcia cars he was on.
Yeah, that was diabolical. 15 pounds overweight is crazy work. But I would like to see him at 135. I think, and not to hate on the other divisions, I just think the younger talent pool is better at that stage, you know.
So I'm looking at Fernando Vargas's record. Like before he took a loss, it looks like he had 20 wins before he took his first loss. So we'll see how his son pretty much does.
Yeah, Fernando he was happy as hell, man. It's like he's reliving his childhood.
He possesses some good qualities, though. I mean, Emiliano, like he's fast. He's real fast, quick.
Yeah, real fast.
He's got good athleticism. He may have some solid pop, but we don't know like how he's gonna behave once he goes, the distance. We're dealing with somebody that's not gonna just lay down the moment they hit him because he's got 13 knockouts in 15 fights, and generally doesn't have to set anything up. He doesn't have to set.
So let me ask you this, Ed. What would be a next at 140 if you had Emiliano and you was working with him? Who would you match him up with?
Well, it would be contingent upon what the hell does he look like in a gym? And I think that's the other part of it, right? Like these guys, the matchmakers and everybody, the handlers, they have a more intimate look at these guys than we do. So they know what the deficiencies are and what their strengths are, so that we're gonna match these guys according to their strengths. So I don't really know where he's weak, because to Teach's point, he's just been knocking guys out so quick. We don't know what the hell he can deal with. We don't know if he can deal with a rangy guy. We don't know if speed is an issue. We don't understand. We don't know if power is an issue, because the variety of guys that he's been matched up with, he's just been able to dispatch them. So it's very difficult to say, like, okay, now we've seen him go the distance. He may fade a little bit down the stretch, because you see it with guys. Now, whether or not they win, that generally tends to gloss over or sometimes even subdue what it is that we see. I'll give you a perfect example. Caleb Plant. Love me some Caleb Plant. But if you look at the fights, even the ones that he's won, he's faded in those. Like he was up handily against Uzkateki. Faded in the back half of that fight.
Yeah, so did.
He was up big against what's my man's name? Caleb Truax.
Sure did.
Faded in the back half of that fight.
Even the Subway guy. Remember the Subway guy? He fought.
I
The
know
white
exactly
dude.
what you're talking about. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, he faded against that dude. I'm like, God damn. He faded against this
all
guy?
the time. Whether he wins or he loses, we know that we got a large enough sample size that once it gets to the midway point, y'all were talking about Tony Harrison and CamJ brought it up. Yo, if you ever noticed, most of the knockdowns and stoppages, it's the 9th round. It happened versus Willie Monroe. It happened versus Willie Monroe with Tony Harrison.
Facts.
It happened versus Jared Hurd. It was the 9th round. It happened versus
9th round.
9th round. It happened last night. He got dropped in the 9th round. Damn near got stopped. So we know we got a large enough sample size. If it happens once, okay, it's an aberration. If it happens several times, oh, this is a pattern. This is a trend. This is something that we could damn near bank on. But with Emiliano Vargas, it's just we don't have a large enough sample size to say, okay, what the hell is it that he needs to work on? With Abdullah Mason, we seen with the Vargas fight, this was the first guy that was able to take advantage of him keeping his head on the line when he throws his power shots. He had his backhand up. The guy was just able to slip the shot in there because he wasn't getting his head off the line in an exchange. Then you see the next fight, he showed, okay, I can still be me. I can still be assertive, but now I'm going to add an extra layer of responsibility. I'm going to get my head off the line when I'm throwing these power shots now. But we had to see him go through that in order for him to assess it, address it, and work on it. So with Emiliano Vargas, I don't know who the hell the name has to be, but we have to see him in there. First and foremost, we got to see him in there with somebody who can take his punch.
Yeah.
That's first and foremost. Somebody that's just robust enough to absorb whatever he's dishing out. So where now he
Liam Parra.
Liam Parra might be a little bit too steep of a challenge for him, though. He might mess around and then get for real. Like, because remember, Montana Love was looking pretty promising. He was out there looking flashy, walking out with the dog and all
Yeah,
that.
But see, but remember me and you talked about that like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
We both said the same thing. Yeah, Montana Love looks good against who?
And then Liam Parra sat his ass down.
You know what I'm saying? So you want to see what this kid got? If you want to see what Emilio has, you got to put him in there with somebody. You have to.
I mean, right now he's talking like he's supposed to be talking, like calling out the champions, but I don't think he's ready. And to go back to his dad, man, I didn't follow his career, but just looking at his box rec, I know when he got to Felix Trinidad.
Because you were 2 years old, bro. That's why you didn't follow his career.
That's when he took his first loss.
You're negative.
I don't know if he has if he had step ups prior to the Felix Trinidad fight. I mean, Shelton could.
No, let me tell you what happened. Let me tell you what happened with Fernando, and Ed can echo this. They start putting him in there with killers way too soon, and they didn't give him a break. It was killer after killer after killer after killer. That's what happened to Fernando.
All right. So that makes sense then. I mean, he, like, the way that he, I guess if he's fighting killer after killer after killer in his career, maybe he doesn't want his son to go through that, that same problem and just move slower.
You think?
I guess that's
Maybe
how.
you
Yeah.
think?
I mean, boxing is a big fish eat the little fish. So, I mean, I think Vargas just he just reached his level Fernando reached his level when he reached his level. That's all it was.
I mean, is it because like his health condition right now? Is it because he was fighting killer after killer early in his career? Shelton?
Yeah, exactly. They put him in there way too soon. He was not ready for Trinidad. He wasn't ready for De La Hoya. He wasn't ready for the dude with the cigarette. You know what I'm talking about? And
the one
the guy who beat
Ricardo
up
Mayorga.
Murder Force all the time.
Yeah,
Mayorga. He wasn't ready for
yeah.
Mayorga. He wasn't ready for none of those dudes. He wasn't ready for none of those cats.
Trinidad was cheating, man.
He was too young.
Trinidad might have been cheating all those times a little bit. So I don't know.
Come on with this, man. Get that tinfoil hat off your head, bro.
I don't know, man. I remember I talked to Joppy about that one time. Joppy was like, Trinidad him the first round. He didn't remember anything after that. He said the whole everything was a blur after that.
Joppy was just mad because he got his ass whooped. That's all.
He got caught. Trinidad was, but Trinidad got caught past the Paris, didn't he?
No, not to
no. Trinidad never got caught with anything. He was stacking his raps, and they outlawed stacking in New York.
Okay,
he stacks his rap. The thing with Trinidad, though, you knew with Trinidad, the fight didn't start until he got knocked down. That's when the fight started.
Hell yeah. He used to get dropped in like every fight. Yo, that's how it was with my guy. Because I was a big Yoriokas Gamboa fan. It seemed like every fight, I'm like, golly, like he fighting against Jorge Solis, get dropped, fighting against Rogers and Toggle. But then after that, he was cooking with grease.
But you know why Gamboa was getting dropped? I think he had the same issue that Prince Nassim had with his balance. Like they were just very athletic, so like they were like boxing and they'll be out balance after a while.
Yeah. Yoriokas Gamboa was reckless in his prime.
Oh, yeah.
He was just like leaping in, fighting with his hands down. Dude was just reckless as hell.
Yeah.
But he was so athletic and so good that he could do whatever he wanted in there.
Prince Nassim too. Prince Nassim Ahmed, like he was a bit reckless, as well.
Yeah, until he ran into
Barrera.
Yep. My man, what's my man's name? My man who had the
Marco Antonio.
Barrera.
Marco Barrera. Yeah, Barrera was so technical and so sharp. None of that leaping, jumping shit worked. None of it worked.
Yeah, exactly. He was supposed to fight Floyd at one point, I think, but that never happened either. Yeah, so I mean that's the only thing. As far as Gamboa is good, just his balance. Like you work through when you work off your athleticism, one day it's gonna go away. That's just how it is.
So let me ask you fellas this. What do you guys think about this Joan Polanco guy? What about him?
For me, man, and you guys could argue amongst yourself with what I'm about to say. I thought that fight last night was a draw, 5-5. That's how I scored it. I like Polanco. I think he's solid, but I don't think he's ready for. But I don't think he beats either one of the WBO guys right now. Brian Norman or Devin Haney. Solid guy, but I think he needs some more work.
You said Brian Norman, Devin Haney. What about what's his name? The one who just fought Pacquiao.
No, I'm not. I'm just strictly going to the
WBO. I don't know if he beats Barrio. I mean, I didn't see nothing. I don't know about you, Hacker. I didn't see nothing last night. Nothing impressed me that he did.
I mean, Barrios never impresses me either. So I mean, I think that'd be probably a more fitting fight.
I thought Quick Draw did some good things last night, which I liked, and I gave him some rounds. Obviously, it was a competitive fight, and obviously the judges are going to go Polanco's way for sure. But me just looking from the outside in, I gave him at least 5 rounds. Randall.
That's tough.
Yeah, to me he was just okay. I'm not.
Tough guy to look good against.
Yeah, good fighter. Just not like great.
Ed, I heard you, Ed. What you think about the guy? You usually have good breakdowns about these dudes.
About who? Rohan Polanco?
Yeah, Polanco, because he looked very average last night, bro. I'm just saying.
Man, he looked like he was struggling with his range. Oh my Lord. He looked like he was struggling with his range. He was struggling with the pace. Because Quentin Randall, he's got a way of slowing things down. Like he fights like an old dude. Like he just knows how to slow it down. And Polanco just looked like he couldn't. That's the other thing too, the reach. Like he was overcommitting, trying to get past the jab. And then by the time he was falling in, he was just smothering, not able to get his work off. Now the difference with what's my man's name? Brian Norman Jr. When he fought against him, when I was rewatching it, what I liked from Brian Norman Jr. was when he did get on the inside, he was utilizing physical controls to where he was still able to get his offense off on the inside. But Polanco was just smothering, and he wasn't able to generate any offense. So I think that's an area in which he could potentially grow as a fighter. Hopefully his coaches, they're looking at it. It just seems like nowadays we don't see as many complete fighters for whatever reason. I think a lot of it has to do with the coaching. Like just coaching guys to their strength and not pushing them in other areas to make sure that they're at least sufficient.
Do you think Brian Norman Jr. is complete?
I think he's getting there.
I agree.
I do. I think he's getting there.
He might already be there. To be honest, I think he's almost a complete fighter.
But what he's doing, bro, is he's fighting different style. Every time he's in there with a different guy.
Yeah. Now
that's what makes you. That was my biggest problem back in the day. I hate to go back, but that was my biggest problem with Errol Spence. He fought the same guy over and over again. Same guy.
What kind of guy was
flat-footed guy that's gonna stand in front of you and throw punches.
Is that true?
The one time they put him in there with a mover, they put him in there with Porter, and he had issues. And they never did it again. They kept putting him with stand-up, straightforward guys. Huh?
He was fighting top-level competition as well, though. It wasn't like he was just fighting. It wasn't really one guy because
it doesn't matter. That's the thing. That's the narrative they put out there. It doesn't matter if they are top-level competition. If they're the same guy, you don't learn nothing. You're fighting the same dude again.
I mean, now naturally speaking, like I think Earl Spence's like weakness has always been like active movers, right? Like just from amateur experience, just see like what he did in the amateurs. I think that's been his natural thing, where it's like his style is good, but people who move a lot will tend to give problems, right? Because
if you building him to a fight with a guy like Bud Crawford, that's not going to help you.
Nobody.
Fighting like Danny Garcia is not going to help you.
Nobody expected Bud
fighting or Dennis Ugas is not going to help you.
I would say this about Bud: nobody expected Bud to be as dominant as he was. Bud showed.
We told you for 4 years that Bud was going to watch the dude. Y'all just didn't want to listen. We told you.
So there was no real. So Bud was at lower weight class.
The evidence was this. Here was the evidence. When a guy comes from 35 all the way to 47, he's fought every style out there. He's fought tall guys, short guys, fast guys, slow guys, guys who can punch, guys who can box. Yeah. He's fought everybody.
Yeah.
So there's nothing you're going to be able to do that he ain't seen before.
But Shelton, one thing you missed, so I think Clarissa Shield once said this, is Olympians have seen mostly everything, because for you to go make to the Olympic team, you've been to nationals, you've been to qualifiers, you've seen almost every style. So like, I hear you, but
we've been telling you, I hear you, but we've been telling you that the Olympics, the amateurs, and the pro game are not similar at all. They're not.
Yes, however, when you're an Olympian and you go to the pros, they put you in a higher pedestal because they expect more because of all that experience you acquired. You understand? Like all that experience you acquired from the Olympics means a lot. You know, like that's why Lomachenko was able to get a title shot his second and third fight. That's literally why. because
he was actually good though. But see, he actually had good footwork,
EJ was
good
good
speed,
too.
good power. EJ was good against the guys they put him in with. Yeah.
No, EJ was actually
he was good against the guys they put him in.
Point. What's name had good legs. Albeit I'm generally not too fond of the guys that convert from kickboxing to boxing. But Chris Algieri, he moved pretty well. Leonard Bundu. My personal theory on it is this: when it comes to Errol Spence, I believe he, like many of us in life, he became a victim of his own success. So sometimes you got to listen to what these guys.
That I can agree with.
What these guys say, and then how it aligns with their approach in the ring. Errol Spence used to always say, "I could box, I can bang," but then once he got to the point where he was just walking people down and breaking people, collecting eye sockets and all that other stuff, it seemed like he went away from that. It seemed like he went away from "I can box and I can bang." Lost a little bit of his creativity. You look at his fights that he had against guys like Samuel Vargas. Samuel Vargas was moving the whole damn fight, but I felt like Errol Spence was a lot more creative with his punch variety, a lot snappier. Yo, it's amazing sometimes going back and watching fighters' earlier fights and seeing certain things that they possess that they no longer display. Deontay Wilder is another one in my opinion. You look at him as an amateur, he moves completely different than how he moves as a pro. And I believe that part of it has to do with being in that setting where you're constantly drilling the fundamentals, constantly fortifying your base, you know what I mean, and making sure that the basics stay intact. Then you get to a point where you're just able to just knock people out. And you believe the hype. These guys only got, these guys got to be perfect for 12 rounds. I only got to be perfect for 2 seconds. So you forget about all those other things that you have at your disposal.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head, bro. You hit the nail on the head. And his athleticism, too. With Wilder, once his athleticism started to go, it was over.
Oh, yeah. And Wilder is maybe one of the greatest natural talents we've seen in a long time, to be honest with you. Like when you see what he accomplished, like in a short period of time. Yo, he became
you talking about a dude. You talking about a dude, Hacker. He started at what, 20? Am I right? 20 years old, 19 years old, something like that?
In the 1 year,
and by 30, he was the heavyweight champion of the world. Am I right?
For a few years, yes. It's crazy when you really think of what he
accomplished. Yeah, that'll probably never be equal because usually when a guy becomes heavyweight champion, he's probably been boxing for like 15, 20 years already.
Yes, exactly. Not only that, he got a bronze medal after 1 year of boxing, bro. Like people don't even turn to the open after 1 year of boxing.
But that shows you how athletic he was and how weak the division was when he fought it.
He might be the greatest natural talent since James Toney, to be honest with you. That's pure natural talent, you know. Sure, he had hard work, but I think a lot of it was natural talent. I think that those 3 fights took a lot out of him as well. I don't think whatever made him.
I think Ant's right. I think he drank the Kool-Aid. I think he started drinking the Kool-Aid.
He did. No, Ant's definitely right about that. Because he started saying, he was like, I only need to be right for 2 seconds. I used to think like, bro, what if it goes longer than 2 seconds? You know, not everybody gets knocked out, you know. So
or if guys are able to prepare for your right hand, you know, like that's ultimately what Tyson Fury did. I know people are sour on him because of all of the implications surrounding the fight. He cheated, yada yada yada. But I think that him putting on the weight wasn't necessarily just a matter of him going in there to muscle Deontay Wilder and wear him out. It was to step inside and smother that right hand. Because Deontay Wilder doesn't really use his lead hand like that. Like, you don't really see the guy hooking off the jab, inconsistent with the jab. And I think that Deontay Wilder's actually got a sneaky good lead hand. As we saw in the first fight with Bermane Stiverne, when he tore that right bicep and all he could use was his lead hand, he beat that man with one hand. So that to me shows like, okay, the guy has a semblance of boxing IQ, far greater than what he's given credit for. That's for one. The fact that he's able to set up that right hand over and over and over again, just like being able to measure guys, find the range, and pull the trigger. That again shows that he has enough IQ. But the other thing is, once again, just becoming too reliant on it. Like I saw this quote the other day that stated strengths overused become weaknesses.
Yes.
So we know that you throw in your right hand. We're going to step in. We're going to smother that because you ain't going to throw a hook. You ain't going to throw an uppercut. You're going to be inconsistent with your jab. All I got to do is smother your right hand, and then boom, now you're ill-prepared or ill-equipped to work on the inside. I'm going to bully you around because like Shelton was just talking about with his athleticism, part of it had to do with the lack of conditioning. Deontay Wilder says it himself. He don't like to run like that. So it's like, all right, I'm going to smother your right hand and I'm going to push you physically, make you expand energy by pushing you backwards and leaning on you and so on and so forth. Take your right hand away. I'm going to wear your ass down and I'm going to wear you out. And Deontay Wilder, man, I would implore anybody to go back and look at that man's amateur fights. If he boxed the way he boxed as an amateur, I feel like his reign as heavyweight champion would have been extended.
It was best.
Like I genuinely feel that way because, this dude was jabbing from range beautifully. His balance was good. His footwork was far better. But if you got the gift of God in your right hand and you could just walk up to a guy, hit him on the head, and that's it. It's like, why the hell else do I got to keep up with the rest of this stuff? Now everything else is getting neglected. The footwork is getting neglected. The jab is getting neglected. The conditioning is being neglected. Because I got the ultimate get out of jail free card with this right hand.
That's exactly what Tay Jones said earlier today too on the show. He definitely said that
Oh,
earlier.
damn, I missed that part. But yeah, I'm just looking at Deontay Wilder.
He was on earlier when we started. We talked about like him coming up and Deontay Wilder and him knowing Brian Norman Jr. and Senior and everything, the Atlanta Georgia boxing scene and everything earlier in the show.
Deontay got a little something with him. He's not this bum he's been made out to be. He just got away from it.
What I saw way back in 2009, 10, you remember when Wilder was coming on Showbox The New Generation? You remember that?
Yep.
I was watching him way back then. And I always said, I looked at him, I watched him, he's knocking these dudes out, just getting them out of there, blah, blah, talking crazy. I said, yep, if they ever put this dude in the ring with somebody who can box, they're going to beat him.
Hey, man.
Because he never boxed. He would go in there, he'd move around, he was real athletic, real fast, and he was long. So he could catch you with that right from anywhere and from different angles that you didn't see coming.
Well, actually, Shelton, they put the first person they put him in that could really box. He knocked him out in like 2 seconds, bro. So I don't know.
Who was that?
Dominic Brazil.
Who was that?
Dominic Brazil.
Come on, bro.
I mean,
are you serious?
He could box.
He could not box. He never fought anything.
You said the first person that could box.
The first person, let me tell you, the first person they put him in the ring with that could really box was Luis Ortiz.
And he stopped him twice.
Yeah. That showed me a lot. He got heart. He's athletic. He's a tough guy. That right hand's for real. Because Luis Ortiz could box.
He could box.
And if you remember both fights, he was boxing his ears off in both fights.
Yep. That 7th round in the first fight, that thing was dicey. I was nervous as hell. I
thought he was gone.
Hard, man.
And that's when you saw, hey, now look, correct me if I'm wrong, and be honest with me. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's when you saw that PBC had plans for Wilder, yes or no?
Yeah, because that 7th round, it was very telling. I got to keep it a stack. In between, he got
he should have stopped it. He was all over the ring.
You feel like they were cherry picking Wilder? I don't think so. I think Wilder generally believed he could knock anybody out. I mean, anybody.
Like Wilder didn't have boxing hacker to Shelton's point. If you go back and watch the first fight with Luis Ortiz.
Ortiz, yeah.
That 7th round, in between going into the 8th, Deontay Wilder got extra time to recuperate. He got more than a minute.
I didn't peep that when I watched that fight.
He got more than a minute, and I mean it happens in boxing. I'm not even mad at Deontay Wilder. Listen, if they give you the time to clear up them cobwebs, use it. It ain't his responsibility to make sure that everything is right and exact.
And he used it well because he came back and knocked the dude out. He used it well.
Knocked him out. Yep.
Yeah, that dude can punch. I don't know what happened to his punch power now, but back then he could punch like hell, you know. Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, like when people, it's either you always see either when a fighter has too much speed or too much power. That ends up being their crux. Always, that's normally how that works. You know, like even when I look at like I remember when Gary Russell fought Lomachenko, I said to myself, I was like,
that nigga still in my motherfucking
what's up? I was like,
Boy,
Gary Russell needs to switch up his speed. Like this guy's starting to time him. Gary Russell's to me is one of the fastest hands in boxing currently, you know. And not only that, he uses his speed very well, you know. But I think like against somebody like Lomachenko, that was his crux, you know. You know, so because like Lomachenko just timed him at that point.
Yep, but that's where nuance comes in, man. That's where nuance comes in. Like it's one thing to be fast, it's one thing to be powerful, but being able to establish rhythm, break rhythm, disrupt rhythm, change things up, change up your cadence, change up your punch selection. You throw the same thing over and over again. You know, timing is nothing but pattern recognition. It's like once I pick up, like, okay, you're gonna throw it at this speed. Like look at baseball, right? Like a good pitcher is able to throw. Yeah, you could throw some heat, but you got to have some off-speed pitches in there too. Condition the guy, throw some heat, throw a 2-seamer, 4-seamer, come back with a changeup or a slider or something like that. But that Gary Russell, everything is fast. Everything is fast with Gary Russell.
Yes. And like it's amazing. Like the way he puts his punches together, like with the speed, is amazing. You know.
Think about what Ed just said though, bro. What's the easiest pitch to hit in baseball?
I don't know. I'm playing for what, a fastball?
Fastball.
Yeah,
because it'll be at the same place. It's coming at the same speed all the time. What gets people out of Major League Baseball is the fact that they can't hit a curveball. They can't hit a breaking ball because it's movement on the ball. You see what I'm saying? That's what separates the Barry Bonds from the John Kruk. That's why Deion Sanders wasn't that great in baseball.
You think that's why Roy Jones? Do you think that's primarily the reason why Roy Jones like sort of diminished like towards later in his career?
Roy Jones was just like Muhammad Ali. His defense was his speed and his legs. That was his defense.
Yeah, that makes sense. Good call.
And once the speed left, Roy wasn't able to do what Ali did. Ali was able to stand, plant his feet, and fight you when he couldn't move anymore. Roy couldn't do that.
Yep. Because that's the one thing about Roy. Roy, in his prime, that guy could be a ghost when he needed to be. You know, to Shelton's point, he had quick-ass feet, so he could be in range and he's out of range. And just being able to go in and out, side to side. And then also, I felt like what killed him, everybody knows this, it's no secret. Him going up to heavyweight and coming back down to 175.
Ooh, yeah,
There's a documentary about it. There's a documentary about
in 6 months, and in 6 months he did that.
And he didn't take the weight off properly either. And he lost a lot of muscle behind that because he actually built his body up with Mackie Shillstone. They got the documentary. It's still on YouTube. And it's awesome to see. But they did a lot of work on the strength and conditioning side to get Roy up to heavyweight.
I feel like Roy should stay with his dad too, to be honest. I don't know. I feel like when Roy was with his dad, that's when he was at his best.
But like all men, bro, eventually you got to get away from your dad. Dude. You outgrow your dad.
Nah, but
your dad.
So here's the thing,
the problem with your father is this: your father will always see you as that little boy. He'll never see you as his equal or a grown man. He'll never do that because he's your father.
Yeah.
And when you're dealing with the business of boxing and business and training, they was never going to get along because Roy's at the point where you can't tell me what to do. I pay you. You don't pay me. That's why he had to separate.
Yeah, but you know the difference though? Like if you have a father that pushes you to your limit, right? And sort of like why to me, I think Wilder probably should stay with Mark Breland. Like, and then you leave that type of culture, that type of element, and go to somewhere where you can sort of control yourself, control your situation more. There's a good chance you're not going to be as good as you were because, like, the person who was forcing you to push yourself to your limit isn't there anymore. I think that's what Roy says. Roy said himself. Roy said like they used to train from sun up to sundown. You know, imagine that.
But how long can you do that? You can't do that forever.
But you do what
you can't do that forever. It's humanly impossible.
You do what got you to the dance. That's what I'm going to say for that, right? Whatever got you to that dance, you want to keep on dancing.
Okay, explain Oscar then. Why did Oscar leave his dad?
Damn, I forgot he was with his dad.
Get on my goddamn nerves. I gotta get away from you before I kill you.
Yeah, and then sometimes dads, man, are a little bit
overbearing.
Nah, I wasn't even gonna say the overbearing part, but the expectation is different. I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
Gabriel Rosado's dad. You remember the fight with Triple G?
Yeah. Yeah, I never forget that. Man, I gotta stop it, man. He's gonna kill him.
He's gonna kill him. Gabe was in there getting beat from pillar to post. He's bleeding all over the place. It's a mess, bro. It's a mess. And his dad wanted him to stay in the fight. His dad didn't want him to stay in the fight. So it depends on the dad, honestly. It depends on the dad. Yeah. Because it is a little bit different. Because you do have some guys where it's able to work out successfully, like Joe Calzaghe and his father, Enzo.
Enzo and Joe were a nice combination.
They work pretty well together.
Hey, I'll even say Kenny and Sean. Kenny Porter and Sean Porter.
Yeah.
They fell out towards the end. That was something.
Yeah, they did. But I like the fact that Kenny pulled him out of the fight, though. I like the fact that Kenny pulled him out of the fight. And I know Sean was upset about it, but his last fight with Bud, I mean, you get dropped 2 times.
We knew where that was going. Hey, we knew where that was going.
We know
that wasn't going to end well.
Nah, you can't say that, man. I think that was a very early stoppage. Yeah, I won't say that. I think they should let Sean fight, continue that fight.
Bro.
Because Sean was more annoyed they got dropped than he was hurt. You know?
Yeah, but what I'm saying, I'm talking about the succession in which those knockdowns happen. If they were spaced
and it was a minute. It was a minute, what, 50 left? A minute and 50 left?
And you get dropped twice like that, like in a round?
Yeah.
Bud gonna finish you, bro. Bud gonna get you out of there.
But you know what? I'll say this. D1. What's up, D1?
What up, fellas? What up, Cam? What up, man? What up, Sean?
D1, what up?
D1,
What's good, D1, brother? What's good?
D1, you roll your window up yet?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. It's windy. I'm at my mother-in-law's birthday party, but I see my dog live, so I can't just be sitting in the chat and shit.
What's good with you, bro, man? What you think about the fights last night, man?
They were good, bro. I just don't think Claressa is the greatest woman of all time. I know that shit for sure.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, she's all right, but I don't know the greatest woman.
Whoa, explain, bro. Somebody gonna be on your head the minute you explain.
I know they're gonna be, bro, and that's okay. If she's the greatest woman of all time, it's not for long. It's not for long.
Okay, you think currently she's the greatest?
That's bold.
Listen, bro, somebody else has got to tell me she's the greatest woman of all time other than her.
I think she's the greatest woman of all time.
Yeah, your opinion is.
Who's greater though? The person that could beat Claressa.
Taylor got a fucking she got a fucking claim at that, bro. She's won way bigger fights to the general public. Katie Taylor has won bigger fights than her, bro. Like real shit. Real shit. I get it. She's skilled, and I understand why people call her the greatest of all time. But I don't think she's fucking with prime Layla. No way. I think Layla knocked her out.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on, D1.
You were telling me in my chat, bro. I don't even think you've ever watched a Layla Ali fight, bro. Real.
I see Layla Ali fight. What made Layla so good? Besides the fact, she got numerous knockouts.
I'm not saying Layla's better than her. I'm just saying, bro, if that's the greatest woman of all time, it's not for long.
I just feel like I'm gonna say it's to D1 in the chat, right? I think Layla Ali is a shadow of Muhammad. I think that's what it's always been. I think.
Yeah, I get you. I hear that.
Yeah,
I hear that.
like when you think about her most popular fight, it was against Joe Frazier's daughter. Like it's just the reason why she's who she is because of Muhammad Ali versus Claressa.
Well, what you forget is that she never had an amateur career, so she never developed those wide punches and those bad habits. She was trained by Roger Mayweather, so she was trained to be a professional boxer.
Sure.
And Layla had pop, and she threw straight punches. She didn't throw wide punches.
Yep.
And she was big. Layla had to cut to make weight. She was big.
Right. She's a big, yeah, I get you, a big middleweight. But here's the thing though, like when you look at who Layla is, a lot of it is because of the shadow of her father. When you look at who Claressa is, the lot of it is based on her merit. Like
it is. It is.
She's second to
a lot. She's accomplished a lot. I get what you're saying, Hacker, and that you very well could be right. And I don't fucking agree with you too much at all. But you could be right about the Layla shit. And if, like I said, bro, if Claressa is the greatest of all time, I think there'll be girls in the future that will fucking gladly take that. There's girls right now doing it that are going to be pretty fucking sweet. But I want to talk.
Well, far as accolades, D1. Now, far as accolades, I give it to him. 2-time gold medalist, 3-time undisputed, 4 different weight classes.
3-time amateur world champion. Yeah, you gotta give it to her.
I give her that. Accolades, I give it to her. But in one fight, crime for crime, there's people I would take over her. I'm sorry.
Me too, dog. Me
they just ain't
dog.
born yet. They're just
well, listen,
the one that can be
She's cool. She's good. She's cool. I get it. But you know what I mean? For my money, I don't see it, bro. But to each his own. That's their shit. The fights last night, fantastic, bro.
Hey y'all, I'm sorry, I gotta cut it short because I gotta get to my young boy. I gotta interview my young boy shortly, y'all. So I gotta cut it short.
Do your thing, bro. Appreciate you, man.
Good to you, CamJ. D1.
Salute to y'all.
And the panel of the chat too, man.
Salute to y'all, man.
Good cook.
You already know the vibes. Man. Appreciate everybody coming on today, man. This was a great one, man. Definitely a legendary one today, man. Salute to my brother Tay Jones, man, for sure, for coming on, talking about his career and everything. And salute to Brian Norman Singer, man, popping on today, man. Coming on to clear the air, man. This was definitely legendary, man. Salute to everybody that was in the billion. Salute to Shaw Wild, man. Salute to you for sure, sister, for sure. Salute to Jag Queen Boxing, 2 Cents, the Hacker, oh my God, the man Hacker, Ant McQueen, Sheldon Moore, Teach. You know what I mean? My brother D1, you know what I mean? Ring Walk Boxing Podcast, man. Salute to everybody, man. This was definitely a good one. Y'all know we'll be back live Wednesday, 6:30 p.m. every Wednesday. You already know the vibe. Swipe but not swipe boxing talk Wednesdays every Wednesday. And then, next Sunday we'll be back with the Roundtable show. We'll let y'all know what time for the show for sure. Recapping, next week fights for sure. And look out for the content, man. I had way more content to get through on the show for real, but you know what I'm saying, the whole Brian Norman and Devin conversation really was a longer conversation than expected for real, but it is what it is. It was good dialogue. We got some more information from Brian Norman Sr. and Tay Jones today and Shawa as well. You know what I mean? So salute to them. And just look out for the content, bro. I got hella content to talk about, man. I ain't even get into half of the shit I had today. But it's all good, man. But salute to everybody, man. Love y'all. Appreciate y'all, man, for being on today, man. And we out of here.